Okay.
Hi, welcome to February 11th, Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and thank you all for coming. Please, roll call, please.
Caroline, we're here. Michael here.
Lynn here.
Amanda here.
Jeff here.
Eric here.
Please rise. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Okay, next we have approval of tonight's agenda. Anybody have any additions, subtractions, corrections? Nothing from Madison. May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 May I have any problems with the approval of the minutes from January 28th?
I have one thing that we talked about that I'd like to add. We were gonna revisit on page 6 in regards, we were gonna revisit the clear vision setback on driveways at a future point.
Anybody else have anything? No. Thanks, Madison. You're gonna correct it. So may I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, January 28th
With the,
with the motion to for the driveways.
Second.
motion by Eric, second by Jeff. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving forward, declaration conflict of interest. Anybody? No?
I have a
Yeah.
I have a conflict of interest for Malloy Park, but not the first two. Are we doing the first two?
We're doing the first two first.
So once we get to Malloy Park, I have a conflict of interest since I'm a resident in Malloy Park for the past 9 years.
And I have to go on record that I served on boards for the district, Redstone Accountability, Berry Creek Accountability, and G&T Accountability Board.
Thank you.
That does not come to recuse myself.
Madam Chair, if Eric lives there and he doesn't stand to profit, why is it a conflict of interest?
I agree.
Is he an employee of the district?
But he doesn't stand to profit.
It's been deemed a conflict of interest. Mike Sawyer has weighed in on this, so
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. Does anybody have any public comment that is not on tonight's agenda that they would like to state at this point? No, so we'll open and close it. Special presentations, we do not have any. Design review and land use public hearings. 0013 Belden Way, changes to the approved plans. Madison?
So this is pretty much identical to something y'all reviewed in October, and where they are, it's a 3-story building that used to have a 3rd-story deck right outside of the master bedroom. They are proposing to enclose that, to make the master bedroom larger. The current plans already have a roof over it. So the roof line isn't changing, it's just the massing that's changing. They're not in violation of our code or their PUD guide, and so staff is recommending approval.
With that, does the applicant have anything to say? Is the applicant here?
Greg Masick, Tab Associates. As I'm here to answer any questions that you need. Yep.
Does anybody on the commission have any questions of Greg?
I have a question. Is this building already in existence?
Yes,
Okay.
it's the first two on the right.
And is it for, I guess, 15 is going to be in existence as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Anybody else? We'll open to public comment. Anybody in the audience? Anybody on Zoom?
No hands raised.
With that, we'll close public comments. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve 0013 Belden Way.
May I have a second?
A second.
Motion by Michael, second by Amanda. All in favor, oh, roll call vote, please.
Daryl, I.
Michael, I.
Lynn, aye.
Aye.
Jeff, I.
Eric, I.
Okay. Next, we have. Oh, 00. So, they're both 00s. I know they're both
Take your
00s.
time. Yeah.
Okay. Six, 153, 15, 0015. Thank you, Dennis.
So just like the last one, they're identical structures. They're enclosing the third story deck to enlarge the master bedroom. Roof line isn't changing, so staff is recommending.
Anybody have anything?
My question's been answered.
Yeah, I just have something. I
Something?
originally, when I first looked at it, going back and forth, it's not really a question, it's just somewhat of a statement. Looking at your pictures going back and forth in the page, you know, had deck below it, but with the roof above it, you know, I believe that your impervious area, cantilever spaces still count as impervious area, but I believe that your original plans probably had that on there already, so I don't have anything else.
With that, does anybody else?
I'm making a motion to approve.
Can I have a comment?
Oh, sorry.
Very good. No, sorry. Anybody in the audience have any public comment? No? Anybody on Zoom?
No hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close public comment. May I have a motion, please, Amanda?
I make a motion to approve 0015 Belden Way changes to approved plans.
May I have a second?
I second.
Motion by Amanda, second by Michael. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Daryl, I.
Michael, I.
Lynn, aye.
Amanda, I.
Jeff, I. Eric, I.
Thank you, Greg. Have a good evening, unless you want to stand and enjoy it.
I just think yours is gonna be a lot longer.
Might be more entertaining. Now with that. Okay, next we have Malloy Park exemption, tract A, Eagle County School District subdivision preliminary advice. Who's taking that?
That'll be me.
Eric, thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Eric. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the audience, anyone who doesn't know me, Scott Hun with the Planning Department. So I'll be brief. We've held one hearing on January 14th. That was the first hearing where the school district presented their proposal for a preliminary plat for a subdivision. This is the first of two steps in the subdivision process for the town. Preliminary plat is followed by final plat. Preliminary plat is when we as staff and our consultant teams make sure that the technical aspects of the subdivision, the plat, any easements, dedications, things like those things. In addition to public infrastructure, the designs, or at least the preliminary designs for roads, water, sewer, and all those things meet the town standards. So that's what we're doing here tonight. That's what your job is as the Planning Commission, is to review all the materials in front of you, including staff's recommendations, as well as recommendations from any referral agencies that we've received comments from. As a reminder, this process has been going on for about 2 years. We received an application at the end of 2023. We've been reviewing this proposal ever since then. So real quickly, a couple things. We did at the last hearing, obviously continued this hearing for a few reasons. Number one was to allow the Planning Commission to conduct a site visit, which we just concluded. We were just out there. There were 3 Planning Commission members on site starting around 4:30, and we left, or 4:15, left the site around 5. So we've completed that step. Another thing I wanted to mention, another housekeeping item. I just received this handout from the school district. I think there's a few extra copies here on the table. You each have received these. I haven't really had a chance to review these, but it looks like they're just responses to some of the questions that have been asked in the community. So just to make public record of that. We do have public comment, written comments that have come in over the last week or so, including I think some yesterday and today. We will read those into the public record when we get to that part of the hearing. And then just a real quick recap on what the Planning Commission sent us away last time to go do. In my staff memo, there's a staff report, the original staff report, which is like 20 some pages long. And then I provided a memo for this packet that just summarizes what the last hearing was about, as well as the direction that the Planning Commission gave staff. One of those things was for the town attorney to meet with the school district's attorney and talk about not only the recommended conditions of approval, but also district versus non-district development. And that harkens back to the 2011 annexation agreement that you've all seen. We've spent a whole hearing talking about that. In that agreement, it tries to make the distinction between school district development versus school district development. And there are a few implications to that, one of which is if there's non-district development, meaning it doesn't have direct ties to the district, or its uses, usually a school or school facilities or things like that, or even district housing. If it's non-district, then the town, before it were to accept any improvements, specifically from Molloy Park Road, that road would need to be brought up to town standards. So that's one of those little things in that 2011 agreement that we've all kind of tried to get our head wrapped around. The short of it is that I think I don't know if we're completely on the same page with the district as far as district and non-district, but I think we had a good meeting and that allowed us to feel comfortable moving forward with the conditions as they've been presented. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but yes.
I have a question, what you just were talking about in regards to the road itself. The way I understand, you just said it. If it's just school district, that road does not have to be brought up to standards for Jeff Spinell, or did I misunderstand that?
Sort of. Right. So yes, but and Jeff, feel free to jump in anytime. But the way the 2011 agreement basically says that if there's non-district development, the road may be dedicated to the town, and at which time it would have to be brought up to town standards. This is a private road on private property. It's an easement. And so it's not a public road today. It's not maintained by the town. If there's non-district development, if the town determines that there is non-district development, and if there's a desire to have that road accepted by the town and therefore maintained by the town in the future, plowed, repaired, all those things, it would have to be assessed and brought up to a standard that the town approves of. Is that accurate, Jeff?
You're muted, Jeff.
You're muted.
Darn it, I was hoping I wanted to hear you say I was right.
You just, Madison shut me up was what it was. Yes, that summarizes it very, very well, Scott.
Okay.
So additional question, Scott. In the memo that the district just handed us, it says that 100% of what's being proposed is going to be district development. So is that to say that in no way the town would ever have to assume responsibility for that road?
No, it doesn't. So if that is the intent, that is understood as the district's intent. However, if in the future there is development that town would deem as non-district, all it does is, in my mind, open up the possibility that the town would then have the option to accept that road and to require it to be up to town standards, or for the district to come to the town and say, we don't want to maintain this anymore. We want you to take it over. And then there's a process to bring it up to standards. There's also the aspect of what happens with the Battle North development, which I will not go into because we have no plans. We don't know what they're going to do. But that's just another factor in the future, right?
So back to the annexation, so the rate, and this is maybe for Jeff, but so if there's, and because this is a big deal, because the road and maintaining the road is a cost to the town. So
It isn't today,
it isn't today,
right?
but we would not be under obligation.
The way I
if it
read that
remains-
agreement, no. Private road in an easement on private land.
Thank you.
I have a more of a statement than a question. On page 68, which is the backside of your planning commission report, dated February 6th. In there on the number 1, this is by the staff can recommend the following updates. The number 1 thing is talking about, while the town views the existing Malloy Park Road as generally adequate to serve the intended school district development. I disagree with that 100%. I don't
Fine.
think it is adequate at all.
Okay, you can, if you would be so kind as to bring that up during your deliberations, if we get to that point tonight.
I will.
Awesome.
Okay.
So number 2 on my list of things that we were supposed to do in the interim between the 14th and tonight, I guess it's really not our responsibility. It's more the districts. So I'll have Tom Braun address this, but having the district and their wildlife biologist, Kelly Colfer, work with Devin Duval, specifically to try to achieve some resolution on some of the wildlife mitigation plan items, and to address some of CPW's stated concerns and their recommendations. So I'll have Tom address that, and I believe Kelly is also on the line tonight. So they can walk us through the meetings that they've had, discussions, and any changes to their wildlife mitigation plan. Let's see. Site visit that was another one that we just conducted. And then we also worked on some alternative conditions. I think Mike Sawyer presented these at the last meeting. But I just restated those recommended conditions in my staff memo. So we have staff conditions 1 through 6, with number 4 having a 4A and a 4B.
Okay, does the applicant have anything they'd like to present tonight?
Thank you, Lynn. Tom Braun Associates, representing the Eagle County School District. With me here tonight is Phil Pullman, Superintendent of Schools. Joe Reed, Director of Facilities for the district, is behind me. Todd Golding, our project manager, is also behind me, and we've got Kelly Colfer available via Zoom to discuss wildlife. I thought you raised your hand again.
Sorry.
So did I.
I'm just thinking all the way
Yes,
up
yes.
to me.
Before I forget, let me just make 2 quick comments with regard to some of Scott's comments and Amanda, your question. Good catch on that write-up that was just handed to you 3 minutes ago. That was written prior to our meeting with Scott and our attorney and Michael, at which point we drilled down into what non-district and district really means. We had a little bit of a different perspective than the town, but we understand the town's perspective, and we are on the same page with what that means and how it relates to agreements and everything else. Well, I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. I want to mostly follow up on what happened last month. I want to spend a little time responding to 5 or 6 questions or comments that maybe weren't 100% definitively responded to back in January, to give you some better clarity and answers to some of those questions. I call those kind of minor sorts of things. I then want to talk about Malloy Park Road and circulation within the project. We'll talk about district and non-district development. That relates directly to a conversation of housing, what we're going to do with the development, the habitat collaboration, how we're going to satisfy your regulations for the 10 and 20% in your housing standards. Then we'll talk about wildlife and then wrap things up. Next slide, if you could, Madison. Thank you. Well, I got to adjust mine too. Our mini ditch. Daryl, you asked the question, is that headgate in the wilderness? It is not. It's well outside of the wilderness area. I was pretty sure of that, but didn't want to say it without double checking last time.
Thank you.
Amanda, you asked about whether the diversion of water for the amended ditch was reflected in our analysis of the floodplain. Talked to our consultant. He said yes, because they use flows in Cross Street to calculate and do the floodplain modeling. Those flows would reflect whether water was coming out of the ditch during irrigation season or not. And he said he didn't know exactly when the flow dates were relative to irrigation season. But if the headgate was drawing water, it's less water, and it would have been, he was modeling the worst case scenario, basically. So no effect of the amended ditch. There was a comment about could we initiate some kind of shuttle service for the residents? Interesting idea, not something the district can take on. We have challenges enough finding bus drivers to drive school buses. Running a shuttle system is just not something that we can take on as a part of this project. There's a question about fire hydrants. The fire district has approved the 3 hydrants we're proposing. I've talked to our civil engineer, and during the actual construction phasing process of design, which will happen during final design, they will figure out how to do our new water distribution system, keep the current hydrants active, and then tie up with the old. So there will always be fire hydrants operational out at Malloy Park during the construction. There was talk about parking at the park and the Nordic trails. Next slide, if you could, Amanda. This drawing reflects a portion of the existing 5-kilometer loop that's out at Malloy Park. In blue, you see the portions of the trail that are affected by the housing, the south end of the housing project, the north end of the ball fields. The dashed red line is new trail alignment that will replace the portions of the track that are being taken away. We started working with Dan Weiland at Ski Club, I think back in 2023, looking at how to integrate the trails with the housing. We've spent a good amount of time just recently meeting with Dan again and developing this drawing as recently as I think it was done last week. Dan will need to find a few hundred feet of additional trail to replace some trail length that we're losing, but we can connect the dots and keep that trail system whole. I think Dan's in the audience tonight. If he may comment on where we're at, but we've been working with Dan to make sure that we can keep that trail system intact with the development. Next slide, if you could, Allison. The image on the left, as far as parking, right now there's a lot of ground out there. People are able to park as they drop off and pick up and go ski and use the trails. What we will do initially is on an interim basis, that red circle on the drawing on the left is that 4.5 acre development site. Until that's developed, we'll be able to accommodate parking basically where it's being accommodated currently, where we stood out there in the site visit and kind of looked at the cars out there. So that's the interim solution. We've also agreed that when we develop that 4.5 acre parcel, we have enough room that we can incorporate roughly 20 space parking lot that will be dedicated for park users and Nordic use. The size of that parking lot was based on conversations with Dan, thinking that was what they really need to host events on those peak days when teams come in vans and drop athletes off and do that sort of thing. And so we're making accommodations for that. I assume, Scott, that at final we can build something that into the SIA as far as an obligation to fulfill that, but we're making the clear statement now that we can accommodate parking and will accommodate parking for the park and the Nordic Trails. Next slide, if you could, Allison. Shifting over to the road. You saw in the most recent staff memo that the current road is considered by the town engineer to be generally suitable to serve the proposed development. We looked at that road relative to AASHTO road standards for a road that's signed at 20 miles per hour, which that road is. The town does not have road standards, so we used the AASHTO standards. We found the lane width, the grades, curve radii, sight lines, intersections are none, so that really wasn't a factor. All to be compliant with those AASHTO standards. The cross slope in a few cases was, I forget if it was a little too steep or a little too shallow, but it was a fairly modest or minor deviation to those standards. There is a condition of approval in the staff recommendation that we continue to work with Jeff and drill down more on the adequacy of that existing road to make sure we're all comfortable, and that will be done at time of final plat. There was a comment about what about a trail along that road? Great thought. It's not something we've heard with our application. In talking to Battle North relative to the road, they had indicated that the staff had mentioned that to them, and they have mentioned that to us. So I suspect as we continue our conversation with how we want to handle that road collectively as neighbors, that the trail will be a part of that discussion. I would suggest, though, the time for a trail from Molloy Park out to 24 would be when the trail comes from town out to that intersection. Otherwise, it's a trail to nowhere. But that's something that can be talked about in final plat or further on in the review process. So it's on our radar is maybe a good way to put that. Next slide, if you could, Allison, or Madison, I'm sorry. There was a question about the internal circulation system within the project. It's a little bit difficult to see here with the light, but you can see some darker trails basically running along the road, north to south and then out to the fitness center. There then are a series of trails that are more difficult to see that meander through the various development sites. This is intended to be a neighborhood system to create connectivity between the Molloy Park and the various homes and neighborhoods within Molloy Park. The trails that meander between the development sites are proposed to be 4 feet in width. The trail along the road is 6 feet in width. As a point of reference, the town standard for sidewalk is 5 feet. So we're a little bit wider than the town sidewalk standard. Madison, if you could. There was a question about whether we had enough room to accommodate that trail within the project, particularly along the roads. This is a cross section of our road. It's probably the most extreme situation. This particular part of the road has borrow ditches for drainage on both sides of the road. The road itself, 2 12-foot travel lanes, 2 2-foot shoulders. All of that fits within the 50-foot right-of-way that we were showing on the preliminary plat. We also have 10-foot easements on either side of that right-of-way that are designed or designated for the utilities, drainage, and trails. And you can see that we're showing 6-foot paths on both sides, not knowing which side they may go on. But all of that can fit within the 70-foot of distance we have to work with. So hopefully that answered the question about whether we can fit the trails within the project as designed. Next, if you could, Madison. District and non-district development. Michael explained last time, district development is basically what the district is allowed to do by state statute. Schools, school-related facilities, administration buildings, teachers, which is housing for staff. Non-district development includes other types of housing, recreation uses, and I believe public uses. Those are what are considered district development. That has implications as it relates to roads. I think Scott touched on that as far as a connection between if we do non-district development to the Molloy Park Road being brought up to standard and dedicated to the town. It also has implications about some water rights that may be remaining that could be used for district development, but not non-district development. That goes back to the 1964 water agreement. There's also a correlation between district and non-district as it relates to our collaboration with Habitat for Humanity. The rate that we've worked out with Habitat is we give them the land, they build the homes. 75% of the homes they build are sold directly to district staff that meet their family qualification standards. The other 25% are sold to the general public. And so that is done for Habitat's benefit to further their mission of providing housing for the entire community. So 25% goes to the public, 75% goes right to district staff. We felt that with the district's ongoing involvement in the development agreements with Habitat, that made all the housing they developed non-district or district housing. Michael had a different view of that. He said that anytime a unit is sold to someone that's not a staff member, that then becomes non-district. And we can't argue with that interpretation of the code. We felt that different interpretations could have been made, but Michael was very clear and we accept his interpretation. So the Habitat project we're doing is considered non-district development. Relative to the end result and what we're trying to achieve with the housing, I don't know that it matters that much because the point is we're creating housing for staff and the community. But there are implications of that definition as it relates to other aspects of the project. The other thing I just want to be very clear on, because there was a lot of discussion last week about our intention, what we're doing with properties, what the district can do and what the district can't do, that sort of thing. You heard Phil Qualman comment that we cannot build housing for the general public. We cannot build housing for firefighters. We can only build housing for district staff. And that is a true statement. The other aspect that I want to point out is there's nothing in the zoning, there's nothing in the development agreement that would preclude the district from defining one of those parcels that you see on this map as surplus land and selling it to somebody else for them to do non-district development. We could do that. You heard Phil testify that we have absolutely no intention of doing that because we see this as being critical to meeting our housing needs. It's the last large-scale project the district has an opportunity to do with their land holdings they have. And so I just want you to understand what we can do, what we can't do, and what we intend to do relative to the project and how Molloy Park may develop over time. That next slide, if you could, Madison. Let's talk about the town housing requirements. 20% of the units to be developed must have a deed restriction that requires them to be owner occupied, and 10% must be price capped at no more than 20% AMI. We've got 137 units in total. What we have taken is, and this is based on conversation with staff as well, is 20% would be our target, our requirement, particularly when it relates to the Habitat collaboration, because those units will be both owner occupied, restricted, and price capped at 100% AMI. And so now that's what we've identified as the number of units we'd have to provide relative to meeting the town regulations. The next slide, if you could, Madison.
Will you hold on that slide for, sorry, just taking notes. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's walk through a scenario, and there's a lot of talk last time about phase 1 and phase 2. That red line demarcates phase 1 to the south and west, phase 2 off to the north and east. There are 97 units that could be developed within phase 1. There are, I think, 3 development tracks and I think 5 or 6 duplex lots shown in phase 1, 97 units. So that with development of phase 1, we'll need to provide 19 units that are both owner occupied, restricted, and price cap. And if they're not, then it's 19 owner occupied and 10 price capped. Phase 2, 40 units. Again, the numbers there, 8 units if they're owner occupied and price capped, or 8 units that are owner occupied and 4 that are price capped. So there's some latitude there, but again, with what I described last time with their collaboration with Habitat, we believe we'll take care of all of these with the units that are have both the occupancy and the price cap restriction. Next slide, if you could, Madison. So as the project develops, with each parcel that's developed, there will be an obligation to provide those deed restrictions. And if the district were just doing this on their own, they developed that parcel at the south end of the property there, 21 units. We've got to provide 4 deed restricted units for owner occupancy and 2 for price cap. They developed that larger parcel in the middle, that was 48 units. We have to provide 10 units with the deed restriction for the owner occupancy and 5 for the price cap. And with each phase of development, or each parcel that's developed, that commitment and obligation will have to be met by the district to conform with your regulation. There is, let me just take a quick detour. There was a comment last week about whether the approach to this development we described was consistent with the town's master plan. Because the town master plan talks about workforce housing, affordable housing, and that sort of thing. My observation on that is that we are 100% in compliance with the master plan with what we're doing by virtue of conforming to your regulation. Your master plan is a guiding document, it's a visionary document that lays the groundwork for where the town wants to go. When you adopted your housing regulations 4 or 5 years ago, whenever it was, the recitals in that ordinance refer directly to the ordinance being adopted to conform to and implement the goals of the master plan. So the master plan is a guideline, zoning is regulatory. The guidelines from the master plan were the impetus for the regulation. The regulation effectuated the master plan. So we comply with your zoning regulations. We then comply with the master plan. Hope that all makes sense. Be happy to talk about it further if you have any questions. Next slide, if you could, Madison. Here's where maybe it got a little bit complicated last week when we talked about our LOI, letter of intent, that we have with Habitat. You see the parcels in brown are the ones that are identified in our agreement with Habitat, where they would do the development after we convey them the land. Within phase 1 is those 2 parcels on the south end of the property, a total of 33 units. In phase 2, there are 30 units, and those are the 2 that are kind of off to the corner there by the 3-way intersection. 100% of those units will be deed restricted both for owner occupancy and for the price cap at 100%, not 120%. So they'll be more affordable than what your regulations call for. Upon the completion of phase 1, we will have already provided 122% of the total requirement for the entire project. We'll be ahead of the game by a good margin. Assuming Habitat completes the 2 parcels in phase 2, will be 233% of what your code requires. So we believe not only is this going to be a great benefit for the district and their staff, it has already been so with 2 projects. We're starting construction on the 3rd as we speak. It's also a great benefit for the broader community because 25% of those units will go to other folks. So hopefully, there was a lot of conversation last time bouncing around. Hopefully this gives it a little more clarity. Maybe I made it more confusing. I'm not sure. We'll find out when you get to questions and comments. But that's basically outlines our approach to the development. Madison, if you could. Wildlife. I showed these next 3 slides. I'll probably show them again if I need to, but the discussion of and consideration of wildlife started way back in 2011 when we zoned the property. You can see on this aerial, the mixed use property at the center of the site. That's where we can do things. The school, the ball fields, this proposed housing project. That's called mixed use in the zoning. The land along Cross Creek, all of the land south of the ball fields was zoned or is zoned recreation and open space. That's where development cannot occur. Zoning doesn't allow for it. That area along the creek, that area south of in particular, the area south of the ball fields was created as open space in large part due to wildlife resources. And so very early on, we were thinking about wildlife relative to Molloy Park. Next slide, if you could, Madison. Further then, we clustered this housing at the very north end of the property where much of the land has already been developed, thinking to minimize impact, to minimize the new development footprint on the property. Next slide, if you could, Madison. this drawing, I acknowledge, is a little bit kind of get dizzy if you look at it too long. But the red color is land that's already been disturbed and developed. The green is areas that will be left alone as a result of our development. The rest of the property that where the aerial is bleeding through would be disturbed by the project. So it's a pretty small percentage of the total project area and a very small percentage of the entire mixed use site that's going to be disturbed by this project. Next slide, Madison. I think, I don't know if Devin and Kelly had 2 phone conversations, but there were many emails lobbed back and forth. I think that we have made some good progress with the mitigation plan. We submitted a revised plan with this submittal. There are a handful of things that we're not 100% aligned on. In some cases, there have been requests that we suggested something different from what CPW suggested. In other cases, things have been suggested and we've said yes to. In other cases, things have been suggested and we said, no, we don't think we want to go there. I think as you know, we appreciate what CPW is trying to do in their role. Hopefully there's an appreciation for what we're trying to do for our staff and the community in helping to address our housing crisis that we're experiencing. I think a lot of this comes down to a balance. And as we view it, this is not an undeveloped piece of ground that we're asking for a zone change. This ground has zoning, it has a development agreement, and we're trying to do what we can to minimize the impacts of this development happening on Molloy Park. These bullet points are in the mitigation plan. The items in red are, for the most part, new as far as from what we originally submitted. One of the more significant ones is we've agreed that the district will not construct or allow others to construct any trails on our land that would lead to existing social trails on the Forest Service land or any new trails on the Forest Service land. So, we're kind of the conduit. Public comes out to Molloy Park, they go through the park to get the Forest Service property. We have said we will not allow nor we will build any new trails that would further that access. We have provisions about bear-proof containers. We've added a clause that the multifamily and townhomes would do centralized dumpsters. I don't know that Devin said he preferred that, but Kelly's experience is that that's generally a better solution to have one large dumpster that's enclosed and bear-proof as opposed to every Thursday 50 garbage cans being dragged out to the curb. Devin asked us to prohibit the use of herbicides within the 50-foot setback off Cross Creek. We doubled down on that and wrote that none of the lots that front on Cross Creek on the north and west sides of the project can use herbicides, period. And not worry about where a 50-foot setback line is, but a prohibition against the use of herbicides on those lots. So those should all be things that we're pretty well in lockstep, I believe, with the division. Next, if you could, Madison. The items that were not, CPW requested that the district pursue with the Forest Service implementing seasonal closures on the Forest Service land surrounding Molloy Park during winter months. That would involve the submittal and presentation of a categorical exclusion for the area of closure. We declined that request. We, in essence, feel that that would be something, if there's issues with trail use from CPW's perspective, they would be the best ones to go to the landowner or the Forest Service to request those closures. We did agree to reach out to the Forest Service and tell them that we are happy to sit at the table and participate in what we can do to help implement any closures, because we're a key aspect, as I said, we're the conduit to that Forest Service land through Molloy Park. So we're happy to have a seat at the table, happy to participate, just not willing to take on that responsibility of pursuing that action. Next one, if you could, Madison. It was requested that we pay for and to remove and reclaim any new social trails that might develop. We also declined that opportunity for a couple of reasons. Number one is the public uses that land extensively. There are social trails when you go out beyond the ball fields. I've seen 2, if not 3, that meander from district land onto the Forest Service and get onto the trail along Cross Creek and head out to the south. From a practical standpoint, those trails, because it's all flat terrain, if you were to block off an existing social trail and try to reclaim it, what's going to happen is someone's going to go out there the next day and blaze a new trail right next to it. Doesn't seem from in our view to be a practical exercise, nor is it something that we felt the responsibility to take on cleaning up issues that may actually be resulting from the general public use. Next slide, Madison. There was a request to limit exterior construction activities between November 15th and April 15th. We can talk about this further. Todd Gold can explain to you the impacts of what that means when you lose 5 months of the construction season by shutting down your exterior work. What we offered was a mitigation approach that I believe was maybe the Division of Wildlife at that time approved at the Roundup River Ranch up along the Colorado River, whereby no major exterior construction can be initiated between November and April. If it's starting beforehand, it can continue, but you can't start an excavation on December 1st. And we felt that was a reasonable solution that can help with the efficiency of our project while responding to the concern about noise and activity as it relates to wildlife. A new request that came up here since the last meeting was to restrict residents from having dogs. We just had a hard time wrapping our arms around this, knowing we're all dog people, and felt that through leash controls and other pet restrictions, we can limit the impacts of dogs at the park. The 2 apartment projects the district recently developed, they do allow dogs. In talking to district staff, their comment was if they didn't allow those tenants to have dogs, they would have a very hard time getting those apartments rented out because everybody has a puppy. Next one, if you could, Madison. One of the division's first, or Devin's first comments way back when was that the district imposed a real estate transfer tax on the project, whereby anytime a home is transferred, there'd be some sort of transfer tax applied to it that would go towards wildlife mitigation. There are precedents for that happening here in the Valley. We did not agree with that at the time. It was just contrary to our mission of affordability to burden owners with a real estate transfer tax for money that would go unused for we didn't know where. We also felt that it was a bit of a slippery slope in that it's essentially an impact fee, and impact fees are not uncommon. Impact fees are in place for road improvements, for recreation needs, for emergency services. Impact fees can be done on a wide variety of things that development impacts. When impact fees are set up, they're done after a rational nexus study is done, where you quantify what the impact of that development is as it relates to the cost for improvements that are needed to serve that development. And there's a process, there's a structure, there's a regulatory mechanism to trigger that. And there's none of that in this case. It's been done before, but we are not inclined to say yes to that. The response was that if the district doesn't build the unit, then the real estate transfer tax should apply. To which our response was, well, technically Habitat's building a lot of these homes. They're not the district. We don't want them to have the burden of the real estate transfer tax either. We countered with any free market units, if there are any developed, those could pay a real estate transfer tax. I don't know how many of those there would be. I suspect that very few. But this would be the last topic I think that we're not aligned on relative to our goals and CPW's goals. Yes, if you could. So that's the extent of our presentation. Just to recap, our zoning's in place. 2001 agreement contemplates this level of development on the site, and it also addresses a number of aspects related to this development. Staff has found that we conform with the standards, design standards for the project. Now the subdivision would be developed. We've got conditions of approval to fine tune a few other outstanding topics. I think there are 5 or 6. So in the big scheme of things, in a project of this scale, that's actually not too many. So we believe we are ready to move on. We have to get in front of the town council. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have and look forward to dialogue with you this evening. Should I stay up here or?
Just a sec. So, does anybody on the commission have any questions of Tom?
I do.
Go ahead, you start tonight.
I guess I'd start with the road. You know, how, well, you saw, when we were out there, you saw the traffic that was there at 4, 5 o'clock. With the building, with the additional, how many folks are you planning on hopefully having in the development once it's built out?
120 additional units.
120 units, but how many vehicles? Would that be double?
They do.
Say 240 or something like that?
I don't know.
Well, that's why I'm saying that maybe the road is okay for now with that traffic, but when we add, say, 240 more, that's going to put a lot more strain on that. Especially if you start putting some buses, school buses coming through as well. Quite concerned on would like you guys to look with Battle Mountain a lot more as to how that can be worked out a little better. Also, there's no mention about putting any guardrails along the side where Cross Creek is. You know, you go there when it's slippery. It's a little dicey if you went off into that creek. Like to see some of that stuff answered or addressed.
Do you mind if I could respond? Well,
Sure.
The traffic you saw backing up at the school is the same thing that happens to every school in this valley at pickup time. It's just the nature of how schools work. Relative to that road, there will be more traffic on it with these 120 homes, no question about that. Our traffic analysis indicated that road can handle that amount of traffic just fine. Where you have problems with increased traffic is when you have intersections and stop points. That's when you get back up on roads. A free-flowing 2-lane road can move a lot of traffic. The discussion with Battle Mountain will be taking place to discuss how their development is going to factor into that road. And I think the key thing that I would suggest is the condition that was written by Michael, I think in response to maybe Jeff's comment, is before final plat, we need to drill down and look at that road. And I suspect that some of the comments you asked are some of the things that Jeff may want us to study further. And so there could be another round of discussion. There will be another round of discussion with staff on that road and its adequacy today. And you'll see that at final plan.
Okay, so that's not written in stone right now. How the road is not written in stone as is.
Whether or not the road is acceptable in its current condition today is not 100% written in stone.
Okay.
The staff wants to look further, and we work together to go through all these standards and determine if anything's needed to be necessary to serve these 120 units.
Okay. You pointed out the new trails, Nordic Trail system. Can folks that are disabled, would they be able to get up to view the participants? We walked up that little road up to the ball fields. Would that be available for disabled people with disabilities?
I can't speak to that. We aren't planning anything as far as the trails for this project that go up into the ball fields where the Nordic Trails are running now. That's more of a ski club operation. They're a tenant of the property and they've managed that system.
They were the ones that designed that, the red lines, the red dotted lines, and is that what I understand?
Yeah, but that was done in conjunction with input from Dan and Ski Club.
Oh, but will there be an access up to those trails for grandparents or disabled people or what have you?
That I don't know, because that's not what the district does. The Ski Club handles the Nordic Trails, so that'd be a question for Ski Club.
Okay. You mentioned just now about the construction time period. Could you explain that again a little bit more? In other words, you cannot have any large construction going on outside, but you can do interior construction, is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
So no earth moving or anything like that between those November and April?
What CPW has asked for is no major exterior construction,
Mhm.
excavation, framing, and putting your roof on between November 15th and April 15th.
Mhm.
What we've suggested is virtually identical to what was approved at the Roundup River Ranch project down in Docero. And that is you cannot initiate major construction come winter. If you start in the fall, you can continue through the winter. The thought being that the noise was there, the animals may have become habituated to it.
And
And that
CPW is comfortable with that?
Devin will tell you, I don't
Oh,
I won't speak for Devin, but
okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. Habitat for Humanity, those units that are going to be available. As I understand, the threshold, the salary threshold is so low that teachers wouldn't be able to apply for those because they make more than the habitat requirement. Have you figured that in?
We're aware of it. We've dealt with it on 2 other projects. And we have found all kinds of staff to fill up our quota of units on 2 projects, one in Gypsum and one in Eagle. Yes, it does create a limitation. If you have a dual working couple, both teachers, they probably would make more than 100% AMI.
As Habitat, I guess that would be ask Habitat if they decide to change their threshold a little bit.
They already have. They have always targeted 80% AMI and they went up to 100 in response to conversations with us about that exact question.
Okay. Is there, units are going to be, rental units, is that correct? Are you going to have rental units in some of these units?
I think that's entirely possible. We don't know at this point. As I mentioned a month ago, we are just coming off the throes of completing 37 rental units in Edwards, 40 in Gypsum. I haven't heard any talk lately about initiating another rental apartment project anytime soon, but it very likely could happen. But we honestly don't know.
Oh, so you don't know if you're going to have rental units in this development
That's
at
right.
this point?
At this point. We can, based on the agreement and based on the zoning, I would suspect that we would, but we have no immediate plans to pursue no housing at this time.
Okay, and now all of it is for owner occupancy.
The only development we've discussed, that would be first out of the gate, if you will, would be habitat projects, and those are for sale.
Okay.
Now this, just be clear, saying we don't know doesn't mean it might not happen. If it comes spring, this district could decide to pursue some rental housing. But I'm just being honest with you.
Okay, and you have taken a survey with staff and teachers and all that in the past as to who would like to move up here or where. Have you done a survey more recent than the oh gosh, it was a while back.
Yeah, we did survey work back when we did the housing master plan in 2020. We did a follow-up survey, I think around 2022-ish. I don't know that we've done anything new since.
So that survey showed that this would fill up.
It showed that there's interest. There were a lot of questions. It all depends on pricing. That's the key.
And
Location matters, but pricing.
have you set the pricing yet?
Oh, no. Way too early for that.
Okay. I guess that's all I have at the moment.
Michael,
We'll start with, in regards to the 20 spaces of parking that we discussed the site visit and you put up on the screen earlier. How many current parking spots out in that area? Do you have? I have a rough idea, but.
Oh, I think it's,
Definitely.
there's more area there's more, the area out there now can park more than 20 cars, and you saw them today.
Yeah, they're out there today with just us out there. It looked to me like at least 80 spots,
80. Well,
You probably know better, could be more, but anyway, moving on.
well, what you don't know is how many of those were skiers, how many of those were Ski Club Hill staff. The 20 spaces came in conversations with Dan at Ski Club in terms of what they would need to, and the target was when they have an event and fans come with teams, they would like to be able to stage right there. And that was the number that we talked about. And that would also then serve as general skier parking.
And what you said, skiers and Ski Club Vale staff and this and that, technically what we're saying is, those people are all still gonna, be there and have a right to be there. So technically, if you had the, we can discuss it further as I move through my list, but technically if you have 80 and you added another 20, it'd be one thing, but my opinion, going from 80 down to 20, I don't know how you can have many events with 20. But I'll move up to my next question, if that's okay. Madison, can you pull up the slide of district versus non-district with price caps? Please.
I'm super loud typer. This one?
Yeah, then I think the one down that goes through the Habitat. Habitat's gonna do like so many, and the other are price capped.
One more. Two more. Well, not one more.
This one. That has habitat.
Sure. That one worked. I don't have clarity on this, so this is definitely a question so I can understand better. Might be on a different slide too, but I've got notes. Yeah, that one's good. Basically you have Habitat, district versus non-district. It says price capped. My thing is like, for example, in phase one, you have 33 Habitat for Humanity houses, right? So if there's whatever, 97, I think, something like that, units in phase one. This is what one of the things I don't understand is the remaining units, are they like 100% deed restricted? Like, how is that decided? You know what I'm asking?
No, I don't. What are the remaining units you're
I
referring?
need the other slide, Madison, the next one down, I think. The one that breaks out the Habitat that says like 23 in phase one.
Yes, it's this one. It's got 33 up here. I know it.
It's another, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think it's up a little bit. This is the one that I asked them to pause on.
Yeah, that one looks pretty good. So,
There's this one. If you could explode that one.
yeah. So that, we'll go with that one.
Well, I know what you're talking about, Mike. I think it's the one that you just had before where it's at the very bottom. If you could explode that. Is that the one where you're talking about? That's
Sure, we can go with that one. Basically, the one that has Habitat breakdown. Okay, so for example, as it's been explained to that one, for example. Phase one, 97 units, 19 units are owner occupied, 20%. 10 units are price capped. 19 units are owner occupied and price capped. Now we know in your breakdown on your other sheet, we know how many of phase one Habitats, somewhat committed to. So the question is the price cap, who's the price cap done by who? And is that for the remaining of the total 97 units that Habitat's not? They're doing like 23, the rest 23,
What this slide is showing you, Michael, is the the required deed restrictions based on your land use code.
I understand that.
Okay,
I understand that. I was thinking about the other side, but I can't find the other slide that we're talking.
This is the slide that has the habitat breakouts.
Okay, so we'll go with that. We'll go with the Habitat, 33 units out of 97,
Sorry.
okay? And so the deed restricted owner occupied, besides Habitat, whatever units, 23 in the phase one or this and that, the remaining units that say deed restricted, the deed restriction and price cap, is that on all 97? Or is that only on the percentage of Habitat's units? Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
see, I told you, I thought I tried to make it more clear, maybe I didn't.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Maybe going back to because the original breakout was based on the town's requirements.
Yeah.
Here's what that means for all 137 units. This takes it a step further and breaks out 33 and 30 in phase one and phase two. The end result of which exceeds our requirements. 122% in the first phase and a total of 233% of our base requirements.
Correct.
As you could go back one slide.
Is that
And then what about the remaining units?
they could be market rate?
That's
They've already exceeded our,
That's what I was looking for
Requirement.
the answer to.
is that, do you agree with that, Tom?
Yeah. Or they could be developed by the school district or staff housing, but not necessarily deed restricted. Because there's no requirement for further to be deed restricted because we met it already with the habitat development.
No, that's what I thought, but I just, I needed clarity. Thank you.
So it gets,
Yeah, it's a little.
I think what you have to focus on is what your ordinance says. Every time you come in and develop a parcel, we gotta provide 20% owner occupancy restricted, 10% price cap, or 20% both.
I understand that. And the next part of that, currently, right now, because you mentioned it last time when we were here as well, so it was asked by another planning commission member. And that's what you're explaining. Currently, as far as phasing and commitment goes, for out of your, we'll go with 97 units for phase one. Currently, for phase one, out of your 97 units, what do you currently have committed by Habitat as of right now for how many of those units to start building?
Let me just walk over here.
33.
Thirty-
They're considered non-district.
The phase one line
27.
is like this.
24 will be district.
And so all of that is phase one. That reflects 97 units. 33 of them are earmarked through our letter of intent with Habitat.
So Habitat signed up to commit to 33 of the first phase.
Yeah, we have a letter of understanding or a MOU, I forget what it is, John,
Intent.
one of those. That the district and Habitat said, yep, we're gonna work together. These are the 4 parcels, these are the number of units. And we do the same arrangement we've done in the past, is basically what that agreement
And
says.
you guys figure out the
And of that,
cost of money. Hold on.
you got it. You got it.
Sorry. All right, thank you for your answers on that.
You're welcome.
So when we had a site visit today in regards to the various areas marked open space, even though they're currently zoned mixed use, they're marked out on a lot of our maps, for example, the bigger parcel, the 29-acre parcel or whatever, that's currently marked mixed use. I'm sorry. The baseball fields that we were talking about out there, the areas that are marked open space for your current application. Even though we discussed it, even though down the road that could change, my question in regards to the areas currently marked open space. You look at it, and unless you ask questions to sort it out, if somebody was looking at it like just a general, it's not even a general person, but just a general person was looking at it, they would think, oh wow, that whole area is open space. But so my question is even though some of the open space is still marked mixed use per your 2011 agreement, I would my original question before I even went out to the site today, my original question is would you guarantee all those areas to remain open space under your current application, even though they're zoned mixed use?
I want to make sure I know what you're asking. Allison,
I know I'm
Could you
confused.
go to slide 13, please?
Parcel A.
What's that? I'm sorry.
It's parcel A.
Parcel A.
Parcel A.
Parcel A. Parcel A that's currently marked open space, even though you have zoning for it.
Just as a reminder, that parcel is not part of this application. It's outside of this subdivision.
Okay.
So
That is,
I don't even know if the district needs to answer that.
okay. Thank you for your help, Scott. I didn't know because Mike's not here, so I didn't.
Thanks.
Anyway, I had, basically, then I come back to like your statement earlier in regards to the road and designing a trail later and this and that. Everybody that I've been up here and even staff knows that any applications that come in front of us, I don't like conditions. I like things to be spelled out because I think sometimes things get lost in conditions. I'd like to see what we got. This is a big project, and I think that a lot of it we need to take our time and connect the dots. That being said, moving on to the existing road width, what you said, figuring out a trail later, once Battle Mountain sorts out their stuff. Some of that road in regards to what Daryl said, 23 feet wide. It's definitely sketchy. Okay. And our community plan that you guys referenced at our last meeting in certain spots, our community plan talks about connectivity, and sometimes it's not always easy, but you have a big project down there. It's going to be a big part of our town. And my personal opinion, that we can discuss amongst ourselves later, is we need to sort out 10 footpath, along that road, one side or the other, because there's people that need to walk down there, not only for connectivity, but for public safety, and I see that you're supposed to work it out, and discuss it with Battle Mountain. Again, I go back to some of those conditions, and those are things that, my personal opinion, I don't like a lot of conditions. And the Battle Mountains letter from their lawyer on page 427 of our pack from last time, they have, some specifics that they disagree with you on. And that's all I have for now.
Could I comment?
Yes, sir.
I understand you don't like conditions. I don't like conditions. But you also understand that the way the process works is you start at sketch plan, you go to preliminary, and you go to final. And along the way, you sharpen the pencil. And so there are always things that get resolved later on down the road. So I think it's very natural, like what the staff has done with the two conditions about the roads. They've identified it. We're going to catch up at final. It's very logical. It's very common with this kind of development.
Oh, I agree with that, Tom, but I also agree that it's a big project as well. And it's something that, as the planning commission, you know, some of these specific things are in our purview.
Sure.
And I think that, you know, certain things we have a right to request in our purview, you know, depending, you know, on other people's commissioners' opinions as well.
That's why we're here.
Thank you.
If I could finish, you mentioned 23 feet is kind of sketchy. With the road standards we looked at through AASHTO, the lane width is 11 feet.
Yeah, I'm saying you got 50s, you have room for the trail.
No, I'm saying that's my next topic. I thought you were talking about just the adequacy of the width of the road. I believe that width is consistent with what is necessary. We'll find out at final, because that's another condition of staff. The trail, that road meanders through that 50-foot easement, moves left to right. It's not centered. So we would not have room to do an 8 or 10-foot trail within the easement. The likelihood is that trail can only happen with involving battles land collectively between efforts between ourselves and them. New roads being built today, you got a 50-foot right of way. More often than not, that road is centered exactly in the middle. Old roads built years ago, that wasn't always the case, and that's the case with this. It meanders. So we couldn't consistently have 10 feet to lay in a path without even thinking about grades and drainage and those kind of things.
Yeah, I think that that's just something, in my opinion, that would be good to look at. And I
I
understand.
think our comment back to you was we are going to look at it. If you want that to be done now, I think it's going to be done later as we work with Battle North. I hate to say this because you don't like conditions, but if you're uncomfortable with where we're at, add a condition to your approval.
Condition before final plat.
And then we'll take it to council, see what they say, and we'll respond accordingly. I appreciate your comment, but there are some logical reasons why we think that can be dealt with later. Whether it's ownership of the land, the space we have to work with, any number of things. So
We can agree to disagree.
I'm sure we probably already have.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I'm done.
Madison. I mean,
I mean, our names are not even similar to that.
That's okay.
I'm gonna start. Tom, I'm gonna start from the top of your presentation. So, and bear with me. So we had questions around the fire hydrants. Can you just really quickly clarify? So you are not going to put any additional fire hydrants in during construction. What about post-construction? So there were maybe 3.
There are 3 new hydrants being proposed. I don't think any are coming out. There's one behind the school. There's one.
And those will be total. So it'll be 3 total.
on C07, and I have this because it was one of my things, there are 3 being demolished that are at the far end of where the trailers are into the new development.
3.
3. And there are 3 that are being protected at the other end. So I'm assuming there are 6 in there. And I can, if you can bring that chart up, I can maybe.
This is a big question.
It's a very big thing to me too.
Thank you.
And so, and I got I didn't understand there were any going in. I understood that
I didn't
because
think
it
there
says
was any.
protected. It means there are 3 there that are remaining and 3 that are being demoed, is how they said.
Demo. So there will be only 3 total for
At the
this.
beginning, down here where the rec center is, down where the school is.
Yeah.
And perhaps the first section of trailers kind of up front. And then beyond that, there are 3 being demoed. And there are like 3 on each side. So there's 3 on the north and 3 on the south. And my question is, if you take 3 out and don't replace them, what is the ability of those other 3 to handle the fire back there? Which I don't know who would do that, decide that. The fire department, I assume, knows. And can those 3 fire hydrants handle the water pressure that would come off of the 3 that we demoed? So what I wanted to ask in a condition before final plat is that we talk to the fire department and get some answers to it in writing.
Because the fire
So that we
department,
have it on file, that they say yes or no, or this is what we should have to do. You address some of it, but I think Amanda's on the same thing I am. If you can bring CO.7 up, people want to look at it. If not,
Yeah.
you've got the big paper. But I mean,
I counted.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's 3 being demoed and 3 being protected.
And
Protected, you mean existing hydrants?
Existing ones being protected, they're not gonna damage them. Then those are the ones further to Highway 24 or Rec Center school area.
All I can tell you, Lynn, is that without question, the new project with our loop road where all the homes are, there are 3 hydrants proposed on our utility plan. And I have a sheet, well, the town has a copy of our utility plan with a stamp of approval from the fire district.
But those will not be there during construction. They will be demoed,
So these are new hydrants shown with our new water lines.
not on that.
Well, this is a demo plan.
Okay, let's see if I can do this.
There may be some coming out, but there are 3 new ones going back.
And you do have from the fire district, you have a service, intent to service on file?
We have on record the fire department's or the district's review of the plans, and Tom's right, there's a stamp on it.
But if they did their intent to service?
Really hard. This
One
is
at a
very-
time.
There's 1 over here being remaining and 2 over here that are remaining. So the ones that are remaining are up here, but 3 back in here are being demoed during construction. My question is, and I don't know that anybody can answer this, but with the summer we have coming up because of our dryness, will those 3 be, oh, there we go. Demo existing fire hydrant, demo existing fire hydrant. And there's 1 more, demo existing hydrant. Then it says, can you go backwards a little bit? Yeah, then in here, it goes even further back this way, please. Back to where the school and the rec center are area. Protect existing hydrant. Protect existing hydrant. And there's another one right up in here somewhere.
There's probably one down by the rec center, I would guess.
Yeah, there's 3 of them. So do you see what I'm saying? These 3 are going to be disconnected because of construction. These 3 are going to remain. However, can these 3 handle the buildings that are in here and the possibility, I mean, nobody knows, of the construction area if there were a fire back there? And that's what I'd like the fire department to look at. What kind of flow can they get off of these hydrants? And if the fire truck is back here hooked up to these, do they have enough hoses and everything to get in there? That's my concern. Because I'm looking at a very dry summer. We all are. And that's a big worry. And you're gonna have equipment back there that, I don't know. I mean, if a chain can go down the highway and start a fire along the road, what can equipment do? So thank
But
you.
just to be clear, there are 3 new ones going back in
Oh,
But
I
not
think-
during construction.
Yeah.
when the project is constructed.
Is that the first thing that goes in?
The site work would go in, yeah, the roads and utilities would be built first.
Really confirm that with the fire department and get us right in writing.
As part of the final plat?
Yeah.
Sure.
That would be wonderful.
And Amanda, you asked the question about, is there a letter from the district
Intent to service?
intent to serve? Tom, did we get an actual letter from Mick, which
Yeah.
is like pulling teeth?
Not up in the ambulance district, but
They have.
stamp on the plans.
So that's something for final.
So my next question goes back to, I think, both Mike and Daryl brought up parking. So we understand there's 20 public parking spaces that are going to be available. This is based on Dan's, information provided to the district. Was there any reach out to the other groups, nonprofits, Bindu, all of that use that property throughout all of the special events to understand what their needs would be from a public parking perspective?
There was not.
Next, on the public parking, what is the maintenance on that public parking and also the snow removal and snow storage? The public parking.
Don't have that defined. That can be covered in the SIA at final plat, I would assume.
And then next, there was an indication that you just said earlier that ski you felt that ski club staff was the primary users of today when we were doing our walkthrough. I just want to go on record that I know that VSSA staff parks in front of the school. They do not use that back parking lot. So that back parking lot was primarily probably for users of the public access to the staff uses the front.
Can I interrupt? The back parking lot originally was the parking lot for the building that was back there. And when that was demolished.
You mean red sandstone?
Well, was it red sandstone? Or
The modules, yeah.
To be clear, I did not say that the ski school staff, ski club staff was the primary user of parking. I suggested that we didn't know if they were ski
Yeah.
coaches or.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, the school staff definitely has their school staff parking in front of the school that's adjacent to the student parking in front of the school. So I think we need maintenance, snow storage on the public parking, like who's gonna
I'm
maintain?
struggling with how that relates to this subdivision. That's a private agreement between the school district as the property owner and the SSA.
So the way I see it,
This is-
Scott, is that part of our community plan is recreation, is these amenities, and so this is an extension. So this preliminary plat needs to represent our community plan and support that community plan in some of these spaces.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amanda?
Yeah.
Are you aware of the land that is just east of the Minturn Fitness Center? It's a flat area. That had been used in the past.
In summer.
In the summer for parking.
Correct, in the summer
Now,
only.
that land is owned by Battle Mountain.
Yeah.
And it does have a little bit of, EPA something is interesting, I think because of all the dust that had come off the tailings ponds in the past.
Yeah,
So it'd have to have some sort of work done to it.
I just feel like this is 20 public parking spaces, maybe light in the preliminary plat. So next question, I'd love for you to bring.
To do something with that in relation to a condition before final plat.
I'm with Mike, I don't think. I mean, I don't know, I feel like Tom's probably he's gonna be able to answer some of this stuff, so I don't know, I'm just asking my questions. The next question is, could you please bring up the view of the side, the sliced view of the road with the trail adjacent?
Slide 7. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to understand a little bit, having obviously lived in Minturn, and been seeing the amount of snow that we would have in a normal year, especially up in this space. So could you indicate, when the plows are coming, are we gonna lose the 6-foot paths? Or what is, when the plows are on this road in the winter, do we know what the size of the road is going to shrink to based on that kind of snow storage and push away and maintenance of the road?
The portion of the section on the left, Amanda, there's about 10 feet between the shoulder.
Okay, and I'm sorry, so on this.
That would seem to be a pretty ample horizontal distance for snow to windrow when plowed. If it's not, then the portion of that 6-foot path would need to be cleared for winter use.
Okay. So is there any sort of plan to, for the circulation to ensure that the 6-foot path is open during the winter months? I'm just trying to, honestly, I've seen our Minturn people at work all the time with snow and what we get and what we have on a daily basis with our sidewalks. Is there a plan for maintenance on this view, especially with the 6-foot paths on either side?
We haven't discussed in detail the winter maintenance of these trails. I think Mike Sawyer brought that up in our conversations very early on, that his expectation these are maintained. I think that may make more sense for the portion of paths right along the road than the ones that wind around throughout the neighborhood, but that has not been nailed down.
Okay, thank you. Next question, and I'm not sure if it's for you, Tom, or if it's for staff. One thing that there's been a lot of conversation on is the Molloy Road and the traffic. When I looked at that traffic study in detail, and I am not a traffic study, that's not my professional. I did notice that the dates that the traffic study was held were dates and times that the school actually wasn't even in session. So that school, yep. So the dates in the time period, so it was November 4th and November 5th. They selected times, that's winter season for the school. So the school starts on Mondays, is a 9:15 to 3:45 bell. And that study was done after that 3:45 bell. In addition, on the Tuesday, the 11:05, that study was done at 8 a.m. and the school doesn't even have students arriving during that time because they're all at their sport. So I'm wondering, like, how much, those time periods are the only 2 time periods that whole entire study was based on. And so I really truly look at that and I question the validity of that traffic study because it didn't seem to take into account the busiest times on the road, delivery of the students. And I know student is a small period. It's, an hour every day, but it just feels like, I don't know. It looks wrong because the school didn't even have students there. And that is quite an impact to that space.
But by the same token, that traffic, those counts revealed a lot of trips. So they must have been counting trips while activity was going on at the school. I haven't looked at those detail in that report for some time.
There was one time period where the schools would have been picked up and that was the number for 146. There were other times that the traffic study the kids would not have been being moved to and from the school. And then just also as a reminder, like the 12 o'clock time period for that school is only school buses. So there's only like 2 school buses. All of the other times where students are delivered are by parents. And so it just felt like that traffic study, I looked at it and I was like, whoa, like that just doesn't seem like reality. But that's just me having stood in the line that you saw today, every day. Yeah. So my next question, that's not a question, that's just, hey, I don't know. And that's on page 297 of the traffic study. I'd like to talk a little bit about the district and non-district. I just want to make sure I really understand. So Habitat is going to be considered non-district.
Correct.
Okay. So when we look at the material that was provided today where it said the district is going to the district does not plan to sell the land at Molloy Park to third parties for non-district development. 100% would go to district. I would now think that statement is not that this
based on the interpretation we got from Mike after that was written, that would not be correct.
Okay. For the other units outside of the 33, do we know how many are going to be district versus non-district?
Just you're talking phase 1, the units that Habitat doesn't
97.
develop.
Yep, 97.
Based on what Phil offered last time, we fully intend to develop those for staff housing.
So the 64 would be district.
I don't know. Our intention is to develop a staff housing project.
Okay. Okay. And then
But I can't promise you that something else might not happen. The development agreement allows for it, the zoning allows for it. That's not our intention, but that possibility, I guess, is out there.
and then next, which is my most important question, is the mix between ownership and rental. I know that we have a guarantee of Habitat for 33 owned. Do we know out of those 64 phase 1, how many would be owned, like ownership
Beyond the 33,
beyond the 33?
we don't know.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Jeff, you're up.
Sure.
I'm 100% sure. Oh, wait,
Oh.
Okay, wait, I did have a couple, these are more staff. So there was, a question that the statement that says the conditions today included, Jeff's full, approval of the road. I'm not really seeing that where that's called out in the conditions. I see that we have to do horizontal geometry, but I don't see, in the conditions that the full road design has to be engineered approved, like, or
It is condition number,
tell me condition number.
4A.
Is it 4A?
it's 4A.
That's just the agreement between that and that.
4B.
No, that's physical access.
And there needs to be a 4C.
There needs to be a 4C. If, yeah, 4C.
So it's 3, I believe.
3 prior to public hearing. Okay. Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Yep.
And then my only other question from the district, and this goes back to the annexation agreement, which this is the question I was asking you. So in our, in the annexation agreement, there is a section that refers to leases or leaseors. And you may not be able to. So it's under section 4.1, future development of the annexation agreement, where it talks about the leases and third parties and their ability to basically offset costs. Has the district explored any of these offsetting costs with their current leases that are used on the property? Mostly ski club.
I don't understand your question. Let me get the agreement.
Is it going to be part of that? I don't know if it's part of the application. I can hold my question for Mike too.
I'm just reading section 4.1.
Yeah.
Do you want to read it?
In the event the district leases or otherwise authorizes third parties to use buildings or facilities within the retained property, or otherwise materially increases its uses with the result that there is a greater demand on town services, the costs to the town will be identified and the parties agree in good faith to negotiate a memorandum of understanding that provides for the district or leasing to offset such costs for such uses that are not subject to property tax payments to the town.
Okay, now I understand what we're talking about. What is your question?
Has there been any offsetting of the town negotiation in previously?
To my knowledge, Amanda, I've not ever heard that the town has called the district and said that they have an issue with without that added cost.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thanks.
Real quick before Jeff starts on his comments, Jeff Spinell would like to comment to your comment about the traffic study.
Got it.
The calculations that are done to determine the additional length of the decel lane that is required by CDOT, those include an assumption of what the traffic from the school would be based on national traffic standards. Regardless of when the actual counts on the highway were done, it was taken into consideration when they made their report to CDOT.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah. The other thing I would offer is regarding the fire protection during the construction period. They will be required to include a construction management plan with their grading permit, and we can require that a construction period fire protection plan be included on the construction management plan.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Just for full transparency, I was not at the first hearing. I did watch the entire hearing on the YouTube. I actually went back and rewatched quite a few portions of it, and so I'm very familiar with what went down in the first hearing. I want to start by saying, in all my years, I've been on this planning commission for longer than I can remember. And in all my time, I mean, I think this is the first time that we have, as a board, reviewed a plat before any type of plan with vertical construction being associated with it. Is that? Would you agree with that?
If you don't count the two PUDs that you've reviewed.
But PUDs are different, and I think that's dovetails into where I'm going with this, which is PUDs have different. The PUDs that we've been involved in, Venture North and Belden Place, and Midtown Village. Those are the three biggest ones that we've done in the last 5 to 7 years, probably. And they are the reason that those projects were all PUDs is because they don't fit into the neat box of zoning, the zoning that comes with it. And my interpretation of this project being a subdivision plat, it is not, although there's a ton of information that's being provided, essentially what we are voting on is a plat of subdivided parcels. Not necessarily anything that comes with the development of those parcels, other than what the applicant has provided to us, which is a ton of information. The intentions of what they would like to do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think personally, it's a little confusing for me, even although I've been sitting here for a long time. I can only imagine for some members who haven't been sitting on the board as long, I feel like it's pretty easy to get into the weeds, so to speak, of what we are supposed to do, how we are supposed to interpret what we are supposed to do, and what we can do. Given that, I may get off into the weeds with what I'm going to say. I will start with the road. The road is very complex. It's not a simple, I don't think we can look at it very simply. And one of the reasons is because, well, it started with this whole conversation of the legal interpretation of what is district and non-district use, and then whether or not the town owns and maintains it, which according to the annexation agreement, if the minute it turns into non-district use, the town will own it, the way I understand it. The town will maintain it. And given everything that's been said in the first meeting and tonight, and the testimony and the legal opinion that's been given by Mike Sawyer, now my understanding is that because the habitat use triggers the non-district use, I believe now that triggers the need to improve the road and bring it up to standards, which there has already been testimony from staff members that the town does not have very good road standards to stand on, to hold an applicant to some standard. And my experience has been that a lot of times the town either defers to the county road standard or CDOT standard, depending on what kind of a road it is. I know from waiting at the line to drop my kids off, one of my kids anyway, for years before she could drive, and dodging 16-year-olds who don't know how to drive very well, going in and out of that road, and winter seasons with a lot of snow, and it's a very difficult road to keep maintained. It has not been a very safe road in the 25 years I've lived here in Minturn Plus. It's a dangerous road to navigate in the wintertime, especially with 16-year-olds. Then you throw into the fact that you have Battle North that is proposing to do another couple hundred homes and share the same road. And we have two different entities or two different situations where CDOT governs the intersection of 24 in that road, and no one governs the road other than the sheriff, I guess. But when it comes to traffic studies of how many how many cars are going down, up and down the road, and how many cars are going to go up and down the road if and when Battle Mountain develops their land, it's a pretty gray area in terms of that, the road and what type of a standard we are going to try to apply to what kind of a road should it be? If I had my way, it would be a 4-lane highway that was safe with sidewalks on both sides for kids to walk to and from town. I know that's a pie in the sky goal, but I can tell you that as it stands right now, that is not an adequate road, and I don't need to be an expert to say that. And just because I say it doesn't mean it's true, but the fact is that I don't see that road being a very safe road and a very adequate road to sustain not only the school and the kids and the new homes for the school district, but also Battle North. So I feel like I need some clarification from our legal department or our staff, or we need some kind of something better than where we are today when it comes to what the interpretation of what we're going to hold a developer accountable for. And Tim McGuire from Battle North's testimony at the last meeting, was very open and transparent about how he referred to having a cost sharing agreement with the applicant. And I know Tim well, and I do trust that is going to come to fruition. I just don't think that we are there yet. And per Tim's testimony, this project is further along in the process than he is. And so it's premature for him to enter into a cost sharing. Maybe he can on paper, ink something that I think is part of these approval conditions that are already in the packet. But Tim also mentioned that there needs to be a further traffic study by CDOT that includes both projects. That was per CDOT's words to him. So I just think the road there's a lot of issues with the road, that it's not a very simple issue. And I don't know that we can come up with all the conditions tonight for that. I really don't. Second thing, well, this goes along with the road. I also need some clarification, and I don't know if it has to come from Mike or not, but we talked in our last meeting about sidewalks and our comp plan and connections, and whether or not we would hold developers accountable to build a sidewalk. If you have a big project like Belden Place or Midtown Village or whatever, and even if your end of town doesn't have sidewalks, we said, well, why wouldn't we make the developer or ask the developer to put a sidewalk in case someday the sidewalk gets connected to it, and that developer has sidewalks now because they just developed their land and now they've got nice sidewalks. And I said at the last meeting, well, at least even if it took 10 years for the sidewalk to connect to that project that had the sidewalks, at least the sidewalks in front of that project would be safe for the kids in front of that project, which would be safer than it is today. That being said, nobody's gonna like this. Why are we not conditioning or requesting of the applicant to connect the second phase of the town sidewalk project, which is going to go to Belden Place and the Boneyard? Why would we not request that the rest of the sidewalk be connected to this project so that kids could get all the way from town to the school district? Because I could tell you that end of town is unfortunately the most expensive piece of sidewalk that would ever get built in this town. And it's also the most dangerous section of sidewalk, or the most dangerous section of that curve is a very dangerous curve. And I see kids walking to school. I see kids driving their bikes. There's no shoulder. It's not maintained by CDOT. I walk my dogs out there. I run. It's super dangerous. I'm not trying to burden the developer with a bunch of added costs for an affordable housing project for teachers. But given that this is taxpayer dollars that is paying for this in the first place, or portions thereof, it was probably taxpayer dollars that bought the land in the first place. I don't know. But I don't know why or if we are even allowed to request that.
No,
Are we? It's a flat no.
flat no.
Okay.
We do not have a requirement in our code to currently, we've talked about it.
I know that.
There is no nexus study that would be tied back to the developer's proportion of their impact on circulation or a new sidewalk from Southtown all the way to this property, which would be millions of dollars. We can't even get a grant to finish 900 linear feet,
Totally agree.
right? So, but just in the, and I wish Mike was here tonight. But my advice or interpretation is that we don't have anything in the code currently. We will in the new code, which is, what you're talking about in our new code that'll get adopted, hopefully soon. We'll address that, and have some standards for that. And
Well,
So
I guess what I'm getting at is this is where the gray area comes for me between approving a subdivision plan versus approving a PUD. And we've been advised that in PUDs, we can ask for a lot of things. What you're telling me now is that we can only ask for things that are provided by the code.
this is, I guess, a distinction you could make with a PUD. That's sort of true. They're asking for zoning in a PUD, right?
Or they're changing it.
Or they're changing it, right? And it usually has to have some relationship to the PUD itself and a determination of public benefit. That's usually one of those things that allow a council to ask for certain things in a PUD.
So
So are we not allowed to ask for things that are not specifically written in code?
I would say no.
But in our code 17, purpose and intent, it very specifically calls out adequacy of public facilities that ensure public facilities are available to serve the development, as well as consistency with master plan and land use regulations, where our master plan directly calls out what Jeff is speaking to.
Your master plan is a guiding document. It is aspirational and it lays out all sorts of policies with regard to circulation and future improvements. And you're looking at a development that is adequately served by sewer and water, right? And other services. We've got responses from referral agencies, service providers that say they can serve it. What I'm saying is that if we had a plan in place that called out specific sections of the town where we need critical infrastructure that doesn't exist, and it was critical to have that in place to serve this development, then I think you'd have something to talk about. We do not have that. You may not like that answer, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I wouldn't consider sidewalks as critical infrastructure personally, but I just want to go on record as saying it, so it can be, it is what it is. My third point is, well, actually, so just can we get a on the record agreement that the trigger has been made now, or the determination is that it is not that the habitat makes it non-district use. The LOI with habitat makes it non-district. Therefore, we do need to improve the road and we will own it and maintain it.
I think that's the nature of the conditions that are still being proposed, which puts us back in a position moving forward to work with the town engineer and battle, quite frankly, to start in earnest talking about the existing condition of the road, potential improvements, and what the standards are actually going to be. Is it going to be AASHTO standards? Is it going to be some other set of standards? Because we do not have road standards.
No,
So
Tim McGuire is going to pay for a big portion of this.
presumably, but we don't know that yet, which I think is part of the hangup of why we've never to this point gotten a cost sharing agreement.
No, but we've seemingly crossed the threshold tonight, and that's what I'm getting at.
Well, if this is if this is approved and it goes to council with a recommendation for approval and they approve it and we all agree that there's a non-district component that's been represented, fine. As I read the road maintenance section of the 2011 agreement, it says that at such time that any non-district development within the property, school district property, is approved, the town shall include in such approval, which would be the subdivision improvements agreement, a commitment to assume the maintenance of all roads, streets, and right-of-way that are dedicated to the public. So that could mean just the subdivision that we're looking at, not Molite Park Road getting to that subdivision, but just the parcel of land that we're subdividing, which will have roads, streets, and sidewalks or whatever else that are dedicated to the public in the future, if that's determined. I don't know that that necessarily means Molite Park Road because the district doesn't own that road. Battle owns the property. There's an easement. I don't know when or if that's ever going to be dedicated to the public. So I don't think we're crystal clear on that just yet, which I think is something that we do need to continue to discuss with the town attorney as we move forward. If there's an approval and we have a final plat to talk about and a bunch of conditions that need to be met, I think that needs to be part of the further conversation.
Yeah, it just seems like from what I understood from the first meeting to what got testified to tonight and our own legal opinion from our own lawyer, it seems like we are now in a little more distinct territory in terms of what the town's opinion is going to be of that road.
Yeah, and I think that, again, the conditions, the way they were crafted, we're anticipating that we need to have some understanding of what that looks like if it's going to meet town standards. Everyone's interest is served by that.
Okay, well, I guess whether or not we all feel comfortable voting on that, given that we can discuss.
Tom, did you have some?
While we're on the subject, if I could, Jeff, I could be mistaken, but I believe the settlement agreement between Battle and the town contemplates Molite Park Road being improved to meet town standards and dedicated to the town. So I think on that track over here, what Battle's doing, that's the future of that road. Based on our conversation last week and determining what non-district means, I believe we're on that same wagon train.
Yeah.
And so I think it's all, as Scott just said, these two conditions and the letters that I referred to that Jeff has written, both with respect to what's it going to take for the Molite Park Road to be suitable for the town to accept it.
Yeah.
With how much road base,
Yeah.
new layer of asphalt, whatever it is the town may be looking for will have to be done before they accept it.
Okay.
It's not just a matter of one day the town takes over the road, it's got to be approved. What the town has asked for a final plan is some indication of what's needed to bring it to that level. And we're in agreement with that condition. The other condition relates to the current road today and its adequacy to serve just our proposed development.
Right.
And that's all we can control right now.
Right.
I'm hearing at least 4 of you are not comfortable with that road the way it is. The town has said it's generally suitable. I think that was Scott's wording. But we have agreed to sharpen the pencil and work with Jeff and our design team to see what our guardrails needed. Is the shoulder width adequate? What might need to happen just to serve our development? So there's 2 parallel tracks, 2 conditions that address each. And I guess you're right, it's complex. It's even more complex than we talked about tonight.
Yeah.
We don't want to go there.
Yeah.
But when you think about it that way, in those conditions, separate the 2. There's the long-term solution between the district and Battle. There's what we're doing now with this subdivision, and they're related, but they're separate things.
I get it. I know, again, this is maybe off topic. I'm assuming that it's because of your, and maybe Elise could speak to this. I would assume that Habitat obviously has specific criteria and rules for qualifying people because of their financing, the help that they bring to the table. I guess, for a lack of a better way of asking the question, is there a way to, I understand that if you had two teachers that work for you guys who are married, I don't know what percentage of your staff is dual teacher married couples, but if they both don't qualify because they make too much money, is there a way to, for a family that only has one teacher or one staff member, is there a way to qualify them where you don't include the second income?
Yeah. I can't answer that one.
Okay. I'd love to hear the answer to that if there, because I guess I don't understand enough about, our inclusionary housing ordinance is not very old, and I was here when it got messed up the first time, and I'm part of the reason why. But we kind of knee-jerk fixed it a little bit, but I feel like we're also still very new to the game, and I don't know that is there a lot of state statute in terms of how we as a town qualify people, or how you as a district qualify people. And I guess what I'm getting at is listening to the testimony of teachers who have put in decades of work for this, for the district, who are living out there, who may not be able to continue to live out there. I'm trying to fight for them and figure out a way for them to stay and own homes, and they've been saving their money, and there were a lot of tears at the last meeting. That was hard to watch. And a lot of those people are my friends. And one of the other questions that came up was this 5-year cap on a lease, and I don't understand can someone tell me more about that?
I can't really speak to it. And I would echo Scott's comment. I know that it's germane to the subdivision.
It's probably not.
It's not. I hear you, and we were here in the same hearing. I get it. But that isn't germane to this subdivision application, particularly because we have a proposal in front of us that at a preliminary level far exceeds our requirements. The details of how they get there and their private deals with a nonprofit organization in our valley, I don't think that's germane to your purview.
The only place where I guess that potentially could become germane is if and when portions of the land are sold off. And I know that the intention is not to do that, but there may come a time when it comes to fruition. But I guess I'm not going to go too far to that rabbit hole. The next thing is, and here's we are behind the curve in terms of our code, in terms of this has been looked at by the fire department. I know that it was testified tonight that there's not a full-blown letter from the fire department. The email that I read from Chief Woodworth was short and sweet, and addressed the single road egress only in terms of the homes being sprinkled, and how he was not concerned with the fire department's ability to serve, and how the 120 homes didn't trigger any kind of additional requirements from the fire department. My issue that I want to ask whether or not we can condition something is, we have the town has been working for a couple of years on evacuation plans if and when we have a forest fire. And given what happened in Hawaii and what happened in Paradise, California. And the fact that this is a single road in and a single road out, and the amount of homes with Battle North and the school district potentially having one road in, one road out, that we don't have any requirements in our code to evaluate a plan based on its ability to get people in or out or get out in the event of a wildfire. And I've been saying it, and a lot of people have been saying it for as long as we've been living here, that it's not if, it's when. And as a serving on this board and trying to look out for the citizens of our town, and specifically the people that live out there now and the students that are out there now, I just am asking whether or not it should be considered by the wildland fire people to look at this plan and look at the road and the ingress egress in terms of the overall with Battle North, because they own the road, and the easement and the liability of approving a plan that does not take into consideration the secondary point of getting out. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Sounds like a condition.
Could be.
Okay.
I need some clarification on. We've always been told that when a property changes use, it triggers something in the code. And if parcels are, let's say if parcels are sold that are part of this subdivision, and they are sold and they are going to be applied to be used in a different way someday, right?
Different than the zoning would allow?
Well, right now, what was said at the last meeting was that the inclusionary housing thing, for instance, they are exceeding that. And therefore, I believe Mike Sawyer said at the last meeting, whatever happens with the rest of the land after that, it is not subject to any housing, because any housing, it's exempt from the housing ordinance because it has already been met as part of this subdivision. So if someday parcel whatever gets turned, it gets applied to be used as just some more housing, they would not have to have any type of affordable housing as a part of it. That is true, correct?
That's true.
Okay. So the change of use, I guess, doesn't really apply down the road unless it's completely different from what the zoning allows for.
Yeah.
I'm just like looking way down the road.
Right.
Shorter down the road. So
I don't know. I just,
They did the phase one, just the habitat, those 33, but then decided to sell all the other parcels.
if they didn't meet the housing,
Yeah,
if they didn't develop it to the point where they met, then maybe.
So, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I guess I'm just saying, like, if the market changes, whatever, if they never meet the minimum, then future development would have to still adhere to meet the threshold, I would assume.
Yeah.
I know I don't like to live on What If Island.
But they're meeting the minimum.
Yeah.
They're meeting the minimum with what they're saying they're gonna build, but if they never build it.
But they never build it.
If they're not built, then that Acme development who could have bought a parcel would have to provide housing
But
for
would they
his,
have to,
for his project.
but would they provide what's been proposed here with like the 10%, the restricted 10% business, or could they revert back to what's in the code?
I think there's a couple potential answers to this. The first one is pretty cut and dried, and it's out of the annexation agreement. Section 1.5, no obligation to develop. The district shall have no obligation under this agreement to develop all or any portion of the project or property, and shall have no liability under this agreement to the town or any other person or entity for its decision not to develop all or part of the property or project.
Yeah, they can
So
do nothing.
they could do nothing.
Yeah.
They could get all of their approvals. They could sign a subdivision improvement agreement. And then this is where it gets fuzzy. I think this is where Mike would come in. You know, if we have a subdivision improvement agreement that sets forth timeframes and who's going to develop and who's going to pay for roads, water, and sewer, what happens if they don't? That might change or supersede this agreement. I don't know that. But to your point, I think the other part of that is if they have a development that's approved, and they have a phasing plan that lays out 2 phases and they've platted, they have entitlement to build those, but they actually don't. I'm not sure what happens then. If they've met their obligation under the first batch of homes that they've constructed and there's nothing else to be done, I don't know what happens then. If there's a release provision within the SIA saying, hey, guess what? We're not going to develop the rest of it, and no harm, no foul. We've provided housing, we've met your guidelines. That could be one outcome.
Okay.
You agree with that, Tom?
I know it's kind of in the ether.
It is and it isn't. I mean, if with our collaboration with Habitat, we create 33 units and that exceeds the overall project total requirement. And if the district decides that parcel X is surplus and they sell it to Acme Development Company, if all the required units for the whole project have been built, they don't have to provide any. If those units don't exist, then I would think developer on tract X needs to meet his 10 or 20% requirement as per the code.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. The Arminda ditch thing, you had mentioned that I'm assuming that you talked about a pond and it's going to be for irrigation of the ball fields and for the project. My question is, I believe from what our water rights, we bump up against our threshold at the worst time of year, September, August, when the water is the lowest. I also understand that I think that our town water rights, we take surface water from Cross Creek. And my question would be, who regulates the flow, or who is going to regulate the flow of the ditch? And look at that versus our own town surface water rights at the worst times of year when we need it the most. And when, do our water rights supersede your water rights or vice versa?
We have senior.
That's what I thought.
I think the question, Jeff, would be, is more water than what's allowed by the right that we own 20% of, Battle Mountain owns 80% of? Is that amount of water being exceeded? And we'll have a weir structure and measuring devices with every head gate, so that can be determined.
Yeah, I know that, obviously all the people to the west in California and all the Colorado and all that stuff, like there's a lot of people watching that, and I don't know that we're the best. We haven't been the best. We don't have the best track record with our water rights here in town. So I'm asking the question of like, is it going to affect our flows or not? I'm just asking the question. My last thing is, I think the most important one, which is the wildlife. The testimony that I watched from the last meeting from Devin from CPW was interesting. And I guess he brought up a couple different things. One being that there's a provision in our code, 17.579 C, which requires mapping and inventory by per CPW standards for us to do our job. And according to Devin, that was not done. And there's also a provision in there, D, which is for wildfire, also that requires that wildfire gets inventoried and mapped per the Colorado State Forest standards to determine wildfire hazard conditions, and I don't know that I saw any kind of report about that. But the lack of, I'd like to hear from Devin, frankly, tonight, I'd just like to know whether or not he feels comfortable representing CPW, that we can review this, or whether it sounded like he was requesting that certain things be done and he did not have the time to do it. And so I don't know that we can move forward with a true wildlife mitigation plan or review a wildlife mitigation plan if CPW has not been able to do their job first. So I would really, at some point tonight, like to hear from Devin as to whether or not he's happy with what's happened between the last meeting and now, or if he feels like that needs to happen before we can truly review the wildlife mitigation plan that's in front of us. I will say that my biggest problem with the wildlife mitigation plan, I like a lot of the things, and I appreciate a lot of the things that have been integrated since the last meeting, and the consideration that the district has given to CPW's recommendations. My biggest problem comes with the limits on construction, and what I would ask for on the next revision is a definition of what I believe the language is
Major construction.
And I guess where I'm going with that is, if you start a foundation I'm going to give you a scenario without a definition. If you dig the hole on October 31st, you've started the house. And that means, with no definition, that means you can continue to build the house till it's done all winter long. I don't particularly think that's a great idea. I think it sucks as a builder developer. That's what I do. So I understand how bad that is and how much that sucks to say, you know what, you're done. But this is not Roundup River Ranch. This is the most sensitive part of Eagle County. And there is more wildlife in a square inch of that area than there is in all of Roundup River Ranch, in my opinion. So I don't think that's an apples and apples fair comparison. I think that if there's framing guns sounding like bullets being fired all day long, all winter long, the moose and the elk and the eagles and all the other animals of the forest are going to run for cover, and they're never going to come back. And as a member of this community who's been here a long time, that's what makes Minturn. And if we lose that, and I'm sorry, but if CPW is not able to do their job first and we're not able to look at it, then I don't particularly feel like I can do my job very well. So I would like to see some real definitions on what it means to start a job and when you have to stop it to keep the wildlife safe. And we've already seen a major, I've been out there, I've been living literally in Malloy Park, almost across the street from it for 25 years. And I've seen the lack of wildlife. I've seen the decline. And there's, like Devin said, there's species that were completely missed or not even on the report. So I would just like to give Devin the chance to address that tonight, and then we can make our determinations as to whether we can vote or not. And I think that's it.
Jeff, just one follow-up on your mention about wildfire. We use the county wildfire hazard mapping, and it was provided in our submittal.
Okay.
The whole property is zone moderate.
Okay.
So that was addressed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And for the record, you had more questions than Amanda, if you keep score. I mean,
Yeah, we do sometimes. Not tonight.
We'll carry the heavy load. I get to talk last. I 100% agree with John. I've been reading a book called Rome, which has been written about how we are eradicating our wildlife by the things we are doing. It was written in 2025, and if any of you have an interest in that, I suggest reading it. I think we need to look at our wildlife plan a little bit more. Minturn is known for its wildlife. It's part of our, as you said at one minute, Jeff, character. And it's an important part of our character. To say that you can't do anything about, you don't have to not have dogs, but you can require leashes or fenced in areas for them to roam. Because down there, people will let them just run everywhere and run after moose and run after deer and run after elk. And that's what you need to control to help keep them there. So perhaps in your HOAs, you can do something like that. But you can't just say we can't do anything. I know for a fact that along the railroad tracks, that happens all the time. It shouldn't. And I've had at meetings, people tell me what they've seen over there going on. I know it's not something people really want, but you can't have both. You can't have a dog chasing a moose and keep the moose there. You've got to think about how it works. And there comes to a point where there's got to be some kind of mitigation situation that you can work with. I think walking the dog on a leash in that area, maybe, like I said, or, I don't know the buildings, so we can't talk about fencing yet. It doesn't work until we see it, but consider that, please. And I'm all for doing whatever we can to save our wildlife. So I know that's harder. So getting more information on it before making a decision on that would be great. We did the hydrants. I agree with the road conditions. You know, you said 120 units, Daryl said, but how many people? I believe somewhere in our code, we figure 2.3 when we figure out what the population is. So if you have 500 homes, you have like 1,300 people. If you have 120, you're going to have 240, 280, 300 people back there. That's the way to look at it. Now, some of those may be children, not adults. They're still people. And they're still going to be going in and out of there all the time. That's a lot of traffic in there. And a lot with the fact of Battle Mountain coming in there with another possible group, it has to be thought of now as much as we possibly can. I'm not one for pushing things down the road. I believe in conditions a little bit more as long as we can get it done before final plat. But I'm also not into just pushing it off to the future. So if we can, those kind of things take time. Therefore, perhaps doing it through a condition works better than just now. You mentioned that the school leases the property underneath. Didn't you say that BSSA?
No, the building is owned by the school district.
The school district, but they lease the building for, I thought you said that.
I don't know what the arrangement is. Maybe
Snowboard.
still just snuck out.
Huh?
There was an arrangement that the ski club leased space in the school for club offices,
I see.
but for the classrooms, I don't believe that was ever the
Okay,
case.
what about the rec center? Is that leased land
No, that land was sold to the partnership,
to the partnership? Okay,
the town and ski club.
okay. I'd like to hear more about evacuation. That's Jeff said. We don't have a real good plan. We're one road in, one road out. And we have 1,200 people say living here now. And that's going to quickly increase with Minter North and Bellevue, a few others. That hasn't been addressed for how we're going to deal with that in the future. I don't know that the highway can become any bigger any more than you know what to do with the road you have and how to work it. But I'd like to see more thought given to that.
To Highway 24 you're talking about?
No, to your road.
Okay.
To your road. There is a thing in there where it states that is it going south, that it needs to be expanded a bit on the turn there.
It's
It
the right
was-
turn lane going
yeah,
into Boyd
yeah,
Park. that
It was
CDOT
talking
said
about
needs to be
that there.
expanded.
But that scares me more than our highway going in and out. I definitely would like to hear from Devin Duval tonight also. And give him a chance to bring us up to what we're talking about. And perhaps we should do that before public comment. Since we're getting to that point. Does anybody else have anything else that's come to them during it? Well, that.
Can we think of really?
That's where I'm. With that being said, before Devin, do you mind if we take a 5-minute break? Thank you so much.
It's good.
Very nice. Which is wonderful, right?
It's like,
Right.
I just said-
Yeah, get her a chance to go get some money.
Okay,
Yeah, he went.
everybody,
Yeah, I think this, I got this whole scoop. That's so nice.
hi there, Devin Duval.
Hi, Lynn.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. We're hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are you. So is. Well, we're missing the lawyer. He'll be back. Can we start? Is it okay to do? Tom back. We'll wait.
Chat you in the hallway.
There he is. Okay, please state your name and address.
Yeah, Devin Duval, District Wildlife Manager with CPW. Address would be 0088 Wildlife Way, Glenwood Springs, Colorado. That is our area office. So myself and the rest of the field staff are based out of Glenwood, although I do not live. Where can I start for you, Lynn?
Why don't you bring us up to date on what's happened since the last meeting? A little bit. I mean, we have this, but
Yeah, perfect. So yeah, first off, thank you, commission members. I do appreciate the value that you're placing on the natural resource, to include the wildlife, aquatic resource, and recognition that Malloy Park is a very unique place, very biodiverse place. And then recognizing also that I think it is incumbent on all of us collectively to do what we can to try to preserve that. So thank you. Thanks to Tom and his team too. You know, I think we've made some modest incremental progress towards finding some amenable solutions that, you know, I think serve two purposes. They contribute to complying with the district's own housing plan, as well as town code, and specifically what's relative to the Malloy Park character area. I don't think we're there yet. I think some of the recommendations and some of the discussions that we had 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago, you know, I think they'll assist in us getting there to maintain. I think if we're going to try to reduce it down to compliance with code and then maybe alignment with the district's plan, I think adoption of some additional measures will potentially get us far closer to achieving that. Specifically, some of the things that we did talk about that I think will, you know, I think Tom did a pretty commendable job in terms of giving a summary on some of the line items. I think there's context that's missing for some of it, rationale. We're at least at a place where we've all agreed, and again, there's recognition of at least the presence of moose in Malloy Park. So that's good. That's a good jumping off spot. However, I think it is objectively a bad idea to put potentially 300 plus people in an area that experiences the density and concentration of moose, particularly in the winter months, as Malloy Park does. I think it's going to be rife with issues and conflict, and I think that was the nexus by which to pursue some of these mitigation measures. Some of which, you know, the district has looked at and adopted. Some they've modified and adopted, and then others that they're not interested in, which, you know, they're entitled to. And I think to kind of peel back a layer of that, and you know, I think what's missing for me, I think is more ongoing dialogue. So it's just been, you know, I recognize we're all busy and we've got a lot of demands that are pulling us in different ways. It's not that we haven't met, because we have. I met with Kelly Colfer via Zoom and spoke to him for about an hour and a half. And then it's been a series of just back and forth emails rather than actually sitting down around a table and hashing these things out. And where if I were to present something like a real estate transfer fee, and that is not palatable for the district, then it's, you know, a series of days that might go by and email chains to try to find out what would be amenable. And we haven't even gotten to the point of discussing what the financial implications of what that would look like if it were to be adopted. So, you know, the suggestion that it's going to be prohibitively expensive for residents, I think we're maybe prematurely coming to that conclusion without having the dialogue. So that's what's missing. I think if we were to entertain an idea of what gets applied in places like Eagle Ranch, where there's HOA dues that pay into a fund that would be managed by the HOA, and then potentially, an appointed committee, wildlife committee, if you will, that would function in conjunction with the HOA, that would have the ability to disperse funds as they come in with the distinct purpose of offsetting the impacts that said development will generate. It's been used to good effect in other places where they're pursuing habitat enhancement projects, riparian restoration, wet meadow restoration, a variety of different things that would not be needed if not for the impacts generated by a project like this. And, I think Tom also did a decent job of explaining the disparity between two different types of impacts. And you guys have seen me speak before where we've discussed this. Inherently, there's not much in the way of what would be considered a direct impact, right? They're developing on a footprint that is more or less already developed. That was never the concern in the issue. It was, again, placing potentially in excess of 300 people in an area that's very sensitive, and all the inherent impacts, radiating effects of the indirect impacts that are realized and incurred by the presence of just that high density of people. So, I can dive into some of the stuff that I think would be truly, really powerful, impactful, and meaningful in terms of mitigation measures that I would hope to revisit as a topic of conversation with the district. I think just some interesting factoids too. As you guys know, Minturn sits kind of in the heart of Game Management Unit 45. By all estimates, I would say there's a moose population probably not in excess of 50 to 60 individual animals. On any given winter that we fly for classification flights via helicopter, in and around the Molloy Park area, we're classifying anywhere from 15 to 20 moose. So the fact that there's that many moose alone in that zone, that speaks volumes to the fact that they're choosing to be there and the quality of habitat that it actually supports. So in an area that's probably 600 square miles, when you have close to 50% of a single species that exists in Molloy Park alone, that's important, right? So that was the nexus for or justification for looking at different measures to address pet restrictions and the potential and I think the high propensity for there to be conflict. I don't know how responsible it would be to, if everybody does own a dog and chooses to live in Molloy Park, in the ballpark of 300 some odd residents. I would be remiss if I didn't bring that up and say that there will be conflict. We already have to respond to a variety of those conflicts, and I know you guys have been, unfortunately, have had to endure some of the fallout of, entanglements, impalements in fences, disease issues. I've had to personally cut moose out of fences in Molloy Park, so it will only be exacerbated by increased density. So I think we got to creatively find a solution there that not only keeps wildlife safe, but keeps residents safe. Dogs and moose do not mix. It elicits a very bad response, and particularly with a mother and a calf, that can be deadly. I don't want to sugarcoat it. We've had to respond to people that have been life flighted to Denver because of altercations and interactions with moose where they're trampled. So yeah, the back and forth of, no, that's not going to work. We need to have more dynamic dialogue. I think that would be beneficial. And with the end result of keeping people and wildlife safe, I think if we can all agree on that, then, you know, there's ground to be made up. You know, I can delve into a little bit of what I would envision with like an HOA due, just dues paid into a fund like that. But you know, some of that could come out into the wash with, you know, conversations with the school district. But I don't think it has to be an exorbitant figure. It could be the price of 2 cups of coffee a month, you know, per unit per month that gets paid into a fund that, you know, if they objectively want to pursue mitigation measures where the plan, you know, and making a determination to and a distinction between minimization and mitigation, right? The plan says mitigation. What we're talking about is not mitigation, it is minimization. So mitigation is the true offset of the impacts that are incurred. Minimization is just imposing a bunch of different restrictions or different measures that are going to reduce the impacts. We're still kind of dancing through the topic of minimization. If we want to start to entertain mitigation, then I think going the route of like an HOA fee, you know, can start going in to start moving the needle towards some mitigation work. But yeah, if there's a desire from the commission to discuss that, I'm happy to do so. You know, there was a few line items where we discussed the enforcement plan. I am in an HOA. I'm sure, like many people in this room, they are, you know, they live within an HOA as well. I think there's inherent difficulties in trying to pursue, you know, having restrictions placed on residents and then having residents that sit on a board, an HOA board, that then are required to enforce those restrictions. We see it time and time again. And the reason I bring that up is just that the efficacy of certain measures that are aimed at doing the right thing by way of wildlife and the public can get diminished over time when you might have a subpar HOA board or one that just doesn't want to rub their neighbor the wrong way. There's just inherent difficulties. It's human nature, right? Again, I think that's a topic that needs to get fleshed out a little bit in terms of like, okay, if it is recognized that the HOA is deficient in their enforcement of a wildlife mitigation plan specific to a development, then let's call time out and figure out, you know, unpack it and figure out what's going wrong and how to address it so that it is an effective plan. You know, I think hopefully there's some wiggle room with some of the reclamation of potential trails, the illegal trails that may be a byproduct of, you know, high density residential in an area like Malloy. That's kind of a chronic issue that we deal with, where there's oftentimes maybe a preconceived notion that if you move into a particular development, there's the expectation of public land access right out the back door with or without a formal trail system. This is something that would not be necessary if not for you know, the addition of high density residential in an area like Malloy. So I appreciate what Tom's saying. I respectfully disagree, though. I think it is just purely based on the fact that remediation of illegal trails would not be an issue, and you know, even into the future, it wouldn't be much of a concern if not for the addition of residential units in there. So finding a creative way to do that and having, you know, wouldn't preclude the district, you know, there might be some financial implications there, but it wouldn't preclude the district from approaching NGOs, volunteer organizations, even applying for grant funding through CPW for the reclamation of trails that inevitably will be created over time by residents of a development like Malloy Park. You know, and I think just the timeline on some of this too, it's been difficult to try to kind of engage in some of the conversations while still doing due diligence on the application itself. Subsequently, I met with one of our aquatic biologists just the other day, and we discussed the Arminda Ditch. And correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but entitlements on the Arminda ditch for the district is 3 CFS. Does that sound right?
I believe that's correct, but perhaps Tom
Tom,
or the
maybe.
district can answer that.
We have 20% of it. I think our share might be in that 3 CF range. I'm not certain.
Okay. Yeah, so I went to just some of the USGS reporting, diversion reporting, and there is a big old fat goose egg on on the Arminda ditch. There's almost no reporting available, at least publicly, on what that water consumption looks like. The reason I bring this up is that depending, so like I couldn't, by going to the USGS, gauge data and what kind of volumes are being pulled off the Arminda ditch, I wouldn't be able to accurately tell you how much is actually currently being used to service the ball fields or what would potentially be used to water any of the irrigated lawns within the development. That's important because pretty recently, I think this last spring and summer, we did a variety of water sampling near the confluence of Cross Creek and the Eagle River, which, to no one's surprise, unveiled the fact that there's presence of heavy metals down there. We care because that affects aquatic organisms and the trout fishery. Depending on how much is actually used off the Arminda ditch, which again, we don't know based off of what the gauge data shows. My concern would be that we're potentially diluting what kind of dilution value Cross Creek would play in reducing, the parts per million of heavy metals that are present in the water downstream of Molloy Park, and what the subsequent impacts to the fishery would be. So, I think that's a looming question that hopefully there's an answer to. But a recommendation based off of my conversation with our aquatic biologist would be to figure out some kind of monitoring reporting criteria associated with Arminda ditch, since right now it doesn't appear that there's any, or very spotty, at least over the last 2 decades. So figuring that out just to make sure that they're not pulling any more water than is legally allowed, and that we're still achieving sufficient flows back into Cross Creek, so that there still is dilution value when it comes to sediment loading and the presence of heavy metals in what is a conservation population of cutthroat trout. So that's kind of some of I probably went into more detail than anybody here.
So we're going back to commission and ask if you have any questions of Devin.
I have one question. You were saying about the real estate transfer tax and being collected, and then the control of that would be with the local committee in that Molloy Park subdivision. Would that is how it would work?
Yeah, and I mean, it could be administered by the school district as well. I think as long as whatever legalese supports the use of that solely for the benefit of wildlife, right? To deliberately use that money to offset the impacts associated with the development.
But I know the folks up there now are very much into the habitat up there.
Yeah.
And that would be a must to have them have a big say in it.
Yeah.
Funds.
Yeah. And I mean, I would like that. So I'll just draw a parallel to what I've been involved with some other groups that do, right? So their fund is, whether it's HOA dues or transfer fees, et cetera, but they'll have a committee that often there's a seat where a CPW wildlife manager can fill one of those seats and weigh in and approve, help determine what are the most feasible and reasonable projects to pursue. And then made up of locals that are either part of that that development, or if maybe there's a spot for a council member or something, there's a variety of different options. But I think that's also the beauty of it. We could kind of customize it to fit the needs of the collective here. So
good. Okay, thank you.
Michael.
In regards to the Arminda ditch, and the school district has 20% of that, and Battle Mountain has the extra 80%. And as far as your monitoring system goes, that you were saying that technically we don't have at this point. Do you need permission to install a monitoring system, and what time of year would be the best time to come up with what calculation of what it's currently using?
Yes, so I will answer that question by not answering your question, Michael. I'll defer to our water quality folks, and then, I mean, it might require some permitting through the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as, if the town has any required permitting, as part of it, or the Forest Service. But, it's right now the USGS, right? So they maintain and store the data associated with any of these remote stream gauges or river gauges. So, and there's reasons for that, and there's actually some requirements on it. There might not be the requirement on Arminda right now. I would say that if there's the likelihood that there's going to be additional drawdowns on it, or if we're planning, if that's part of the plat, or the proposal here is the inclusion of additional turf grass or irrigation or what have you, and we don't know how much water is being used off Arminda currently, then we should probably figure that out. And maybe there's an answer for that, but just looking at USGS data, it is spotty at best. So my suggestion would be to let's figure that out, and then make sure that if say servicing and watering the ball fields currently is drawn down on 3 CFS, and that's what the legal water rights provide for, then hey, maybe we need to reconsider the inclusion of turf grass lawns, right? Or figure out how to reallocate it internally to the subdivision to make it work, right? My concerns.
Job of yours, no.
No,
Okay.
my concerns about the trout fishery that exists downstream of, on Cross Creek, downstream from Malloy Park, and what, loss of flows in Cross Creek by way of the Arminda ditch, what kind of impacts that might have in terms of, the toxicity of water and presence of heavy metals, and how that might affect the aquatic resource.
No, that makes great sense, and got to protect the fish, and and maybe the town might have their own rights and decide to sort that out as well. But I appreciate you pointing that out.
Is that your other question?
That's the only thing I got.
Number one, thanks for coming. One question I have based on Tom's kind of response in the new wildlife mitigation plan and what they are willing to look at and what they're not. One of the things that I thought was void in that conversation, which I started to ask Tom today and I walked through, was some of the setback requests that was included in the original. I live on the river, and our house is set we're way far back from the high water mark, and our yard is used all the time by wildlife. And so I want to understand why that dialogue has stalled. And this is for both of you, but it feels like, I know the town has 35, Scott has
30.
30, push that into my brain. The county has 75. You guys have, we've agreed to 50.
In the 2011 agreement, it's set 50. Trendsetters
Yes.
back then.
Trendsetter. Way to go. Anyway, I just feel like that's a dialogue that should be reopened. I feel like 70-foot setback by the Eagle County really is best practice for our riparian. It's for our health of our streams and all of the above. And so that's one thing that just is my own humble opinion. And then the other thing I wanted to ask about is, we heard very distinctly from Tom and the district last meeting that they are not willing to reduce the unit yield on those properties, that they want to retain that current unit yield, regardless, whether we do away with all of the wildlife up there. Do you feel like, based on your dialogue, that you have either enough, because it sounds like everything's stalled from a compensatory mitigation, like that's pretty much stalled out. Are there any things out on the table that could open up the dialogue that would offset that unit yield that the district is so tied to? Specifically, were there any conversations about offsite conservation, or anything else that could just offsite that unit yield that the district is so tied to?
Yeah, good question, Amanda. That was in the original comment letter. And I think we're just as an organization, right? Being charged statutorily with, that's our mission, right? To perpetuate the wildlife species of the state for not only the public's benefit, but in Colorado, whatever it is. So I mean, that was quickly, I guess, said no to. And, presumably there's financial implications with that as well. But I guess to maybe provide a little bit of context, right? If the indirect impacts associated with the development of 137 units in Malloy Park displaces, call it 100 to 120 head of elk that rely on that area, and X number of moose, call it 15. The kicker there is to truly offset it, right? Where we're looking at offsite mitigation in the form of, pursuing a conservation easement on an adjacent parcel or somewhere else within, a certain mile radius of where that disturbance occurs. If there's viable elk or deer habitat or moose habitat or, name a species, there's likely the presence of that species already there. Right. So then it just becomes a battle of carrying capacity. How many heads of animal can you potentially support given the amount of habitat that exists there? So what we would look to do is either enhance an adjacent area off-site from Malloy Park, or convert, through deliberate habitat manipulation, adjacent areas as well, so as to replace what would be lost due to indirect impacts in and around Malloy Park. That often, almost always, I would say, requires money and a financial component, right? Whether you're pursuing a conservation easement or paying a contractor or another entity to mechanically manipulate habitat. So, there hasn't been much. I mean, there's definitely the opportunity there. And, I don't want to bring other land use topics into conversation, but I mean, there's other parcels that the town both owns currently or may own in the future that could function. Again, right, we would potentially conserve that habitat, but that habitat's already there as of today. We're not creating new habitat. So we're stopping the bleeding as opposed to transfusing blood, right? So there's abundant opportunities. Like I'll tell you that that conversation has not really been rekindled at this point. It was made clear to me that the district was very uninterested in doing that. They didn't. I don't want to speak for them. I'll end it there. But there are. In my mind, there's opportunities to pursue those things that, I think the pursuit of those things could benefit from the participation or support or direct involvement or spearheading by the school district as well.
And then my last question. So you mentioned Eagle Ranch and, what they've done. Luckily, I have a hockey player, so I'm down there all the time. And I definitely see the herds, not just with the elk herd, what has been I guess, has it worked, not just with the herd, but other species and et cetera, with that tax to maintain and mitigate the impact of that?
Yeah, so not specific to. so
Not just the Elkhart, we
the
know
elk.
they're there, we can, we see them all.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how familiar you are with the Eagle area, but the game management unit is a different management unit, but world renowned for the quality of mule deer that the Eagle Gypsum area supports. Like no kidding, probably one of the best mule deer populations in the Western U.S., if not the world. Not that there's a ton of places elsewhere with mule deer, but
Every house has one.
it's arguably a very premier mule deer herd, and some of the work that my counterpart over there has pursued through use of the HOA fee. And I'll just add a quick caveat. Maybe I misspoke, or it's just the connotation of what was included in our comment letter, but I don't like the word tax because it that implies some kind of vote of the people, right? So these would just be fees or HOA dues, right? And yeah, I think this year there's a number of projects slated for pinyon juniper pine mastication and removal in some areas where there's encroachment. I mean, that's a chronic issue across the West is pinyon juniper encroachment on grasslands and sagebrush, and they're very water intensive species. There's not a ton in and around Minturn, but mature tree can drink 75 gallons of water a day. That's a lot of groundwater. So there's actionable work that's taking place in and around there. I think the one interesting factoid about that is that they assign kind of an arbitrary distance. Sometimes that's beneficial, sometimes that's not, but just saying that money has to be applied to work within like a 5-mile radius of Eagle Ranch. So in some cases that can be kind of restrictive, particularly when we have to go to the feds and go through NEPA, some kind of NEPA analysis to get work done. So yeah, just food for thought there.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Jeff, I have a question on that, because
Yes,
we're talking Eagle Ranch. And I've had people say, well, why do the elk still come to like Arrowhead and Eagle Ranch golf courses? In my mind, it's that great feeding ground. It's in the sun, it's down valley, but could you tell us why?
That's a complex question. I haven't had an elk tell me why yet, but there's a level of fidelity to some of these spots where it's baked into the DNA of these herds generation over generation, where that's where they've learned to go despite the presence of impacts, right, and disturbance. I would caution everyone to attribute their presence to either A, quality habitat, or B, viable long-term habitat, right? There's parasympathetic type issues going on with those animals that you're not aware of, that nobody's aware of until you put a heart rate monitor or be able to monitor cortisol levels. Like, believe me, they would probably choose to be elsewhere if given the opportunity, and having similar quality of habitat that is not experiencing the same degree of impacts like places in Eagle Ranch or Brush Creek. So there's a level of habituation and acclimation to those disturbances, but we're not in the game of trying to manage towards that because we like to keep our wildlife wild.
Doesn't seem like it bothers the people that they're there, so.
No, I mean, every so often they'll eat your ornaments.
Sorry,
That's all right. That's a good question. Yeah.
So,
Couple things. The first is, it seemed like, one of the things it's a question, I guess, more for Tom, but it seems like if what you're saying, Devin, is that for the cost of a couple cups of coffee, for an HOA fee, I would almost ask Tom, like, would the district be interested? This wouldn't obviously be like some condition of approval per se, but I would just encourage them to consider, would the district to not burden the homeowners and the renters out there, would the district consider like subsidizing some couple $2,000-3,000 a year to contribute to a fund that would go in, because I understand both sides of the equation with transfer tax and there's pros and cons to both, and it does eventually lead to a higher cost for a renter or a homeowner if it gets passed down to the end user. But I just wonder if it's only the cost of what Devin, you had said, a couple of cups of coffee a month per unit, that's only $2,000-3,000 a year. I wonder if that's something that the district could offer to subsidize for the whole community and put into a fund every year that could go towards something like what you described. That would be one suggestion. The second thing is the talk about the ditch, and I guess the red flag that went up for me is if there's no baseline from what you're saying on what the district has been using historically to water the ball fields, and I know they've been watered well because I play on them all the time and they're nice and green. The former mayor used to mow the lawn out there. Very nice. But if we don't know what the baseline is of what's being historically pulled out of the river and what might be pulled out in the future because there's no way to monitor it, my question, I guess, is a couple things. One is if in the future, when the head gate is brought up to new standards and a new pump station's put in and there's a pond being filled up and it's watering, is that upstream of where the town is pulling our drinking water from? And if so, then if what you said, Devin, is that potentially there have not been studies done to see if that stream is now being impacted and diluted to a point where the heavy metals or the how did you put it, the sediment loading was going on. And I'm no expert, so I'm throwing around a bunch of fancy terms I probably shouldn't, but I guess just practically speaking, I wonder if the town has considered, have our water engineers and have our smart consultants considered the impact to our water system, because again, like we are super arguably snobby about our water here in town to the point where we've talked in the past about we're just one forest fire away from not having water. But I just wonder if there's going to be any impact to our drinking water system, and has it been considered? I don't know that there's an answer to that tonight, but I'm putting it out there. And then lastly, I guess the question is just directly to you based on what you said at the last meeting, Devin, which is you felt like, in your words at the last meeting, there was new analysis that was going to need to be done. There was new reports that were going to need to be put out. There was subsequent mapping that should be done. And the conclusions that were given in the last report were premature. I guess it's just a point blank question. Do you feel, and that was like per the code, like, do you still feel that that is the case, or do you feel comfortable for us to continue to review the current proposal as it's presented at this time?
I haven't had an opportunity to look at what the most recent submission was to the Planning Commission. So I know Kelly and I spoke about including additional mapping or even recognition of, personal communications to actually notify him of the presence of certain species, or the timing of habitat occupation by certain species that may not have been reflected in just a cursory glance at our species activity mapping that's available to the public. So I don't know that I can give you a definitive answer on that. I apologize. But again, I think even just using the moose as an example, right? If the objective is to try to minimize to the best of our ability the impacts that might be recognized relative to specifically moose, now that we're, I think, all on the same page with the fact that there are moose in Malloy Park, I don't think that I don't think that what's currently being presented as minimization or mitigation measures are quite there. And I use that as kind of the species in question, not just because of the notoriety and presence in Malloy Park, but I think because of the public health and safety concerns associated with it as well. So is that fair? I know that's not really getting at the heart of your question, but I could certainly, over the next week, can shoot you an email and let you know. But I haven't had the opportunity to delve back through to ensure that, based off the last email exchange, I know there was a variety of things that we hadn't come to an agreement on. So I don't suspect that they've been included, but at least from a mapping standpoint, I would hope that, at least some of those species were, was rectified in terms of presenting to you the presence of some of these things, but you probably already know that too.
Deb, did you want a response from Tom on the water on the amended ditch? You had said that's probably a question more for him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Tom can comment, and maybe Scott, maybe you could comment too. I don't know if we have any answers of, has the town considered in their reports the water being diverted and what it does to the quality of our drinking water?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I'd have to go back and look at the responses from Holland and Hart.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the first that I've heard of, like,
It's the
you
first
guys
that I've
actually
heard of it.
doing sampling, considering what happens and the lack of any type of a baseline. And like, I would almost suggest that the town or somewhere we have to start with some baseline so that we know what's happened since. If there's no baseline, then we don't know what's going on.
Yeah. And I mean, I think either way, I think it would be the responsible thing to do to try to, certainly work with Army Corps and maybe USGS or CWCB to figure out what kind of infrastructure can be included on that ditch to figure, to answer those questions. Cause I'm not sure what kind of information they're operating off of right now, but I don't know that we play a role in that from a water quality and aquatic, resource component, but in terms of the water rights and any of the other nuances associated with that or permitting, that probably wouldn't necessarily fall to our shop.
That to me feels like a part of a recommendation or a condition, something to be addressed during final plat.
The ditch comes off of our creek, correct?
Yes.
I thought Jeff
Yeah.
said the word river at one point. I just wanted to clarify.
Cross Creek. I mean, it's 100% our drinking water.
And then, may I have one more question of you?
Sure.
What does our current code require for PUDs for construction regarding timing for?
There's no standards in town for construction
We have-
time limits. No. For PUDs for any building project. Correct? We have hours of construction or noise. We have a noise ordinance,
But not time of year,
7 to 7.
not seasonality.
That's different. That's like part of construction management plan.
Right.
Yeah, if memory serves me too, I think it was just that the town willingly imposed upon themselves the timing restrictions around wintering wildlife for the water tank construction. Is that accurate?
I believe so, but I wasn't involved in that project. So.
All right, thanks,
Anybody
Devin.
else have anything to Devin on the commission? Okay,
Thank you, Devin.
thank you, Devin. We're gonna go to public comment. You may get one or two more.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank
We
you.
appreciate you. Okay, we'll open to public comment and we'll start with the people in the audience. Who would like to go first, or is there anyone? You state your name and address.
Jim Gonzalez, 472 Main Street. I was raised in Trenton and lived in Eagle County all my life, not the Bill Valley, Eagle County. And lived in Avon and Edwards and Beck and Minturn. And I know what it's like when people look at me and say, "You're so lucky that you were raised here." And it's true, but I don't feel that way so much anymore because we've lost so much, and I'm a rare species, because probably 1,000 to 1, people move here from every state of the union, every countries everywhere. And what do they look for when they move here? 3 things: location, 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 right? What does wildlife need? Habitat, habitat, habitat. And for every house and every business, that was wildlife habitat. We've lost so much. And what bothers me about this employee housing thing, it doesn't sound right to me. If the district can sell part of that land and to a developer, or a lot of these teachers might not be able to qualify, it's almost like they're using it as a cash cow. And to me, that is wrong, very wrong. And the biggest thing that gets me more than anything is the wildlife. And I grew up here, and there used to be 150 elk every winter above us. It used to be called Minter's Pets. There was people would come here just to see the elk, and you hardly see them anymore. And there's one thing that hasn't been brought up enough is there's a major wildlife migration corridor that comes from Tigawon down through the beaver ponds. And the trail goes right below the Cross Creek trailhead. And I can show you, if anyone want to go and see that trail, I'll show you. Now imagine all those elk, deer, bear, and mountain lions migrating the way they always did. And Highlands is built 20 houses, 5 people, there are 100 people with their dogs. And those elk and deer and bears and mountain lions have to find their way over the ridge into Cross Creek and Mullet Park, smack in the middle of 500 new houses and 5 people per house. It doesn't take a genius to figure out those wildlife are dead. They're pretty much gone. Bill Andre was here for 30 years, head of wildlife foreman. And somebody brought that up to him. Why can't we develop it? There's a lot of land. Those elk could just go over the ridge. Well, there's already elk and deer there already. And he said, quite frankly, they're dead. And that's exactly what's going to happen when that migration corridor is destroyed. And all those 500 houses in Lloyd Park, plus all that development there, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that Bill Andre is right. They're dead. And which
Jim, can I ask you to start wrapping up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, and for me, I think it's sad that also we left is scenery. And just because you can develop it, I think the question should be, should we? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Who's next? Please and thank you. State name and address.
Kevin Herschel, 2433 Drosper, Avon, Colorado. Born and raised in Vail, went to Minturn Middle School, Red Sandstone, Battle Mountain, all of it. Have 2 kids at Red Sandstone currently, participate in a lot of skiing out at the Nordic Center. One of the interesting things since this has started, 2011, BSSA really didn't exist. We now have 270 kids out there that absolutely enjoy it. It is the #1 school in the district that is fully maximized to capacity with a late list. Everyone wants to go. I haven't heard one single comment tonight about a student. The only thing that property was bought for was for students. Our taxpayer dollars bought that property for students and teachers. We are only now talking about housing. We are not talking about teacher housing. We are talking about Habitat for Humanity housing, which is great, but we are not talking about teacher housing. We're not talking about student housing. Those are our taxpayer dollars that have paid for that land and will continue to pay for the construction of this project. We need to come back to the drawing board. Since 2011, everything has changed in Molloy Park. The school is there. Everyone in Minturn and our community now goes out there to enjoy seeing the wildlife, to enjoy being outside, the #1 positivity thing for mental health. And we are taking that away from all of your seniors in your community. from all of your regular people that want to go out and enjoy Malloy Park. There is not enough parking. We know that. You guys saw that tonight. 40 cars were parked there. There were 85 in the parking lot and 30 on the road. That's not enough parking for 10 more people to come out and participate in the Nordic program. Those trails currently will not, the new trails will not support an elderly person to get up to the ball field. Those will be blocked off by houses and you can't get there. So I really think that the town needs to come back to realizing that there's 270 kids out there that need a voice. None of it since 2011 has ever been changed in this plan to incorporate what the students want and what the actual community wants out there. That park means more to Minturn than anything. You only have Little Beach Park and the bike park. Where else can you go walk as a senior citizen and get a little bit of strolling around on trails that are maintained and level? Nowhere. Anyone can go there. It is a park for the people, and Minturn should recognize it as such. The amount of activities out there for students is unbelievable. Eagle Valley, Battle Mountain cross country running, all of those athletes go there to participate in their sport and have their events there. It brings thousands of people into Minturn to support you guys. Plus, it is the only Nordic venue in Eagle County that can support a race. Vail cannot hold the race anymore. The cross country running team now holds their event there and is the only event location that they can have it. So please go back to the drawing board. You can go back to the drawing board now. It's never been done since 2011. It's the same plan. Let's go back to the drawing board. Things have changed in Minturn and our community. We need to support our students and our teachers. He said right now, we don't know what those other units are for. We know what's going to happen. Habitat's going to buy those. That's great. It doesn't mean it's going to be teachers. It's not going to be. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Who's next? Come on. Be brave.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, y'all.
Rob Davis, 1796 Main Street. I agree with the previous speaker 100%. When the New Jersey Zinc Mine gave that property to the school district, it was meant for education. Education. It wasn't meant to be a subdivision. We got 273 students out there, and there should be a natural science school out there as well. And the teachers that teach at that school, yes, they should be able to live in that proximity. So supposedly, if you're a teacher for the school district and you teach in Gibson, which I love, you can commute from Malloy Park all the way to Eagle Valley High School and back. Correct? I think that's correct, right? And that's going to put such a burden on the citizens of not only Minturn, but Eagle County to share the burden of all the traffic and infrastructure and loss of wildlife. And my question to Devin is, what kind of density could you have there and mitigate it so it isn't a problem? I don't know if anybody can figure that out, but I know there's an answer because we've seen it happening before our eyes. They're not moving. They're just not repopulating that area. They're stressed. And not only are the animals going to be stressed, our population is going to be stressed because we only have one way in and we only have one way out. And I know there's all the fancy traffic studies that have been done for that stretch of road. But I can tell you those fancy studies don't jive with what's really happening. I stand out on my in my driveway at like 4:30 and the Indy 500 Leadville 500 goes by, only to come back at like 6 in the morning. All those folks, good folks from Leadville, work down here, but they put a huge burden on that road, and the citizens have to bear that burden. I mean, what's it like getting out on Main Street at 7:30 in the morning? Double that, triple that. Drive down Main Street in Breckenridge, and that's what we're going to end up looking like. I also say that do not be afraid to say no, because something's going to happen out there. If it doesn't fit with what is best for our citizens, say no. And guess what? Something will happen out there, and it could be good or it could be bad. Thanks.
Anybody?
Hello, my name's Jeff Grimmer, and I worked out at Malloy Park from 2007 till 2017, and I was the founding administrator for the Ski Academy. So I have that touch point. I did 210 drives per year for 10 years from Eagle to Minturn, and I think it's probably the most beautiful public school campus in the country. If someone wants to try to prove me wrong there, I'm curious to see that. Ski Academy is such a special place, particularly this week as we honor our Winter Olympians, many of whom crossed paths with us here in Minturn. It's a shining star. It's a total gem. I love building it. I hope that it's been great for Minturn to keep a public school here in town. I also interfaced with that project with my son. He's an 18-year-old. He's captain of the Battle Mountain Nordic ski team. So I'm out there a bit that way. I unfortunately, Dan Weiland was out there with me. So I was shoveling snow onto the course Thursday, trying to see if we couldn't get a race held there. And trying to keep up with Dan. I got some pretty good blisters from shoveling snow. So so I interfaced as a parent. I interfaced for 10 years as the founding headmaster. We had bear in the building. We had moose running around. It was a wild place. And what I would say is that I support the last two speakers. Just I think that if there's any appetite at all to engineer this thing to a size that still acknowledges what a drastic deficit we have for teacher housing, we can get that, but also say, hey, 137 units is not a responsible decision for wildlife, for water. You got some questions around fire. You got CDOT telling you that some of your reports are outdated. This thing's got a little bit of everything, and I just from Eagle, from the outside looking in, I just think that this thing has room to be a great project, not a good project, but an awesome project for Minturn. I just don't see it being a great project for you guys at this density level. So I encourage you guys to do what you can, keep costs low, but take a look and see whether you can engineer that housing number down somewhere between 17 and 137. The mathematical median there is 77.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody? Yes, please.
Since he was calling me out.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Dan Weiland. I live at 335 West 7th Street in Eagle, Colorado. I'm also a local. I went to Minturn Meadow, Red Sandstone, Battle Mountain a long time ago now. Can I answer a question that Daryl had? Mm-hmm. Is that all right, Scott? Sure. Okay. You asked about disabled skiers. In its current format, yes, it's always been very accessible. In the new format, I haven't thought of that actually, and it would be a little tougher because it's going to be a little steeper approach to get into that ball field. So we like to provide access. That's our goal. But Thompson used to come out there a lot. So we did have him being out there in his sit ski, which was kind of cool.
Liv could do anything.
This is very true. All right. First and foremost, housing is one of the most pressing challenges facing our community. And the goal of creating attainable housing for Eagle County School District employees is both important and necessary. We recognize that need, and we approach this conversation with empathy, respect, and a genuine desire to be part of the solution that serves the entire community. I also want to express appreciation for the collaboration that has already been established, particularly with the district's land planner, Tom, and representatives from Eagle County School District. The willingness to listen, communicate openly, and explore adjustments to the current plan has been meaningful. I know we've talked about the parking lot. The 20 spaces was part of a parking plan, with the other side of that being more parking out front. And I think it's a doable part, but if we haven't been there yet. As this project continues to take shape, I want to emphasize how important clear, proactive, and ongoing communication will be, not just among agencies and stakeholders, but with the broader community. Molloy Park is deeply valued, as we can see here tonight, by many different user groups, and keeping the community informed as plans evolve will help build trust, reduce uncertainty, and ensure that decisions are well understood. Open communication will be essential to balancing competing needs and maintaining the sense of shared ownership that has long defined this space. Molloy Park is not just open space, it is a cornerstone of winter sports, youth development, and community identity in Minturn and the Eagle Valley. The Nordic Trail System has served generations of athletes and families, recreational users. Within that system is a FIS homologated loop, a designation that reflects years of investment, careful planning, and partnership at the local, regional, and national level. To put that impact into perspective, 49 local athletes who trained on these trails have gone on to compete at the collegiate level. And I think I'm going to read through some of them. 7 at the University of Colorado, 9 at the University of Denver, 11 at Bates, 5 at Dartmouth, 3 at Williams, 2 at Harvard, 3 at the University of Vermont, 2 at Middlebury, 2 at Bowdoin, 1 at Montana State, 3 at Colby, 1 at the University of New Mexico, 2 at St. Mike's, and 1 at St. Lawrence. It's a pretty impressive list. Ultimately, our request is not to stop progress, but to ensure that progress is thoughtful, inclusive, and reflective of Molloy Park's long-standing role in the community. The park has always been a shared space serving residents, schools, athletes, and visitors alike, and we believe it can continue to do so through partnership, open communication, and shared problem solving. And finally, I believe we can all be better than generally adequate.
Thank you, Dan. Anyone else? Please.
Good evening. My name is Carl Herschel. I live at 1 Deer Boulevard in Avon, Colorado. I grew up in Vail as well. Attended Red Sandstone, Minturn Middle, and Battle Mountain High School. I coached for well over a decade at the SSCB VSSA trails out in Minturn here, and I fully support what my brother and fellow co-coach Dan Weiland had to offer tonight. I am not going to reiterate what they have said, which has been very substantial, I believe, but I do want to give some context for you guys to kind of understand what goes on out there from a public use perspective. And this, to start off, I would like to list off some of the entities, and I don't know if all of you got my email or not, but just for the general public to hear. SSCB Nordic Future Stars. There are approximately 70 kids on Monday nights, maybe a few less on Wednesday night. It is host to a SSCB Nordic. It is the SSCB Nordic race site. The Rocky Mountain Nordic, which is the division that serves Colorado and Mexico, uses this as a host site for division qualifiers. The University of Denver also hosts their Rocky Mountain collegiate qualifiers here at this site because of the FIS homologation
They work in conjunction with SSCV to host those races. Those races bring anywhere from 600 to 800 people or more, depending on, who's qualifying and what teams are coming to the venue. So I think that, when we're talking road use, parking, accessibility, none of this has been thought through because that didn't exist in 2011. So to that note, 2026 is different. I also would like to add that it is a location that the Vale Recreation District runs their Mighty Marmot race series for junior kids. It is a site for their short track mountain bike race series course. It is also a BMHS, so school district team training site and host race site. Eagle Valley High School does come up and train with their Nordic team up here. I spoke with Rob Parrish, the Battle Mountain High School cross-country running coach. They host their cross-country running meet in the fall at that location that can bring anywhere up to 1,000 people. The SSCB Alpine does dryland training out there. It is the site for SSCB and the Vale Town Series Nordic races. The Minturn Senior Center does their excuse me, I'm getting hungry and tired, does their hikes and outings out there, which I think is very important. The Paragon Guides does day tours out there for people that cannot access more difficult terrain or higher elevations. So people visiting from out of town, they can go there, whereas maybe they can't go high into the wilderness and still experience wildlife in the natural surroundings. Walking Mountains Science Center takes kids from throughout the valley and does tours out there. They do science experiments, they do, wildlife studies, etc. in that park. On a given day, and this is more general, but I'm in the summertime.
Excuse me, can you start wrapping up, please?
I sure can. Yep, I'm almost there. On the summertime, general public parking probably sees anywhere from 20 to 40 hiking or cars out there for hiking, walking, frisbee, whatever. Wintertime, on a given Saturday, when there's no event going on out there, there can be 30 to 40 cars parked in that lot. On Monday, I'm a parent of two students that go out there to the Future Stars program with SSCV. And so I decided to count cars. At 3:30 in the afternoon, there were 14 cars. Practice started at 4. We had 28 cars coming in to drop off. So at a certain time, there were probably about 35 cars parked at one spot. For pickup, we had about 50 cars. So my point is, the 20-car allotment, plus or minus, is not nearly enough. It also impedes access for the multitude of organizations and activities that I just described. So this plan is not allowing the public, your constituents, Minturn, or Greater Eagle County to really access that park. And that's what it was originally designed for. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? You sure? No? With that, can we go to Zoom?
I have one raised hand. Actually, I have 2 raised hands. Terry, you have the ability to unmute yourself.
Hi, thanks, Madison. Terry Armistead, 1632 South Main. I did write a letter to planning and zoning. I'm curious if you all were able to read it. And I missed the first part of the meeting because I was at my daughter's signing for playing a sport at a collegiate level. I wanted to just tag on with Dan. I think he was only mentioning VSSA students, but the greater community uses that area. And we actually had 2 students from Battle Mountain tonight sign on to play collegiate level from Minturn. So it was really cool. But did you guys read my letter into the record?
Not yet. We have not got to the point where we've read public comment received.
Oh, okay. Well, great. I just had a couple things to add, but I will just summarize, the wildlife mitigation plan is unacceptable. The exact language ends with that the building will not, outdoor work will not be initiated between November 15th and April 15th. But if it is, that they will be allowed to continue to build through that winter. It says, if the disturbance is ongoing, once winter range occupation begins, the animals will be expected to either habituate to the disturbances or avoid the vicinity entirely for the duration of the disturbance. So I just thought that was a really funny thing to read in regards to elk, because I was wondering who was going to tell them to avoid the area or habituate. So I would like that to be clarified. And as Jeff said, I would really like outdoor operations to be clarified in that respect. And then I do think that the town should explore a real estate transfer tax. And Madison, you don't have to read my whole article, my whole letter, and because I'm summarizing, but some way to mitigate wildlife. I think the wildlife plan is just woefully inadequate. I mean, I think the town is in some big beef with another large entity in town over improper fencing and moose and elk impalements. We're just putting ourselves right back into the same boat. So we have to be really careful. I just want to, I don't know if this was spoken to, but there are 16 homes out in Molloy Park currently. That's about 40 people, according to the 2.53 houses. The school district is proposing 137, which by my estimates would increase that by 350. And then tag on to that Battle Mountain. At the end of this, we're looking at 900 residents in Molloy Park and 900 people living in Molloy Park. So Minturn's population is a little over 1,100, might be growing slightly, but I think this is where the rubber meets the road, is that the planning, it's on you to plan this area and figure out how we're going to double the size of the town in this small acreage. It's really important. I'm a horrible mathematician, but I ran the percentages a bunch of times on AI and a population increase calculator, and that is increasing the population at Molloy Park by 2,150%. So, density.
Excuse me, Terry, can you start wrapping up, please?
Sure. We act
Thank
like
you.
density in this world is subjective, but it's not subjective. It's factual. Density is, I guess, is what the area can handle. It's not what we think it can handle. It is literally what the area can handle. So, I am speaking as a citizen of Minturn and a citizen of the school district and a mom of a VSSA student, a mom of 2 Battle Mountain High School students. And we did the whole thing. And, we're missing teachers as well, but this is not the right area. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Terry. And just so you know, we've all been given a copy of your letters. Some of it has been addressed earlier in the meeting, and you filled in pretty well. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Lynn. Appreciate the chance to speak.
Anybody else on Zoom?
Terry, so you can unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. My name's Tracy Anderson. Sorry, my voice is a little hoarse right now. I'm at a 1016 Mountain Drive. That's in South Minturn. Oh boy. I also, by the way, I do have a master's degree in wildlife management, and I'm not by any stretch of the imagination as smart as Devin, but everything he says is absolutely true. And as a person who I respect teachers because I'm actually one of them at one of the district schools. And I'm concerned so much about this density. Again, the density, I'm not against having people there. But when I think I heard you say something like we won't help with the trail, maintenance and because it's the public, but adding of these people, I mean, wildlife doesn't care if it's that public or the residents and their dogs. I just so worried that as a school district, we are charged with teaching our children how to have a sustainable world, amongst other things. And here we are, we're literally going in and showing them that it's okay to just not listen to science and pretty much destroy the habitat. And then turn around and expect them to be, what does it say in the mission? It says, encourage them to act on their dreams. We prepare our students to be successful in their careers, blah, blah, blah. But you want thinking people. And I believe that these kids really want to protect their environment. And it's all connected. If you want to protect the climate and maintain snow and have a ski academy and have a, clean water and this wildlife that is just magnificent. I almost hit a moose when I was running there on Friday night. I mean, it wasn't dark. And I very humbly backed out. I mean, these are the adventures that you have that you cannot have anywhere else. And it just breaks my heart, the cavalier nature of this, giant development and just saying, well, we're not going to do this. And please rethink this. Please rethink this plan. Of course, I want teachers to have homes. I mean, they're my friends. I also know, and this is an aside, what I believe is that district enrollment is dropping every year. So I'm wondering why we will need as much housing as we thought we needed. I really haven't, you probably addressed that at the last meeting, which I wasn't able to attend, but I really think this whole thing should be rethought and we have time to do it, I believe. And if we go through something that's rushed, that's going to just kill the very thing that we love and thing that we want our children to learn how to protect, then I think we should take the time and rethink some of these things, look at the mission of the school district, think about our wildlife and what we want, and just take our time with this and do it right, like everyone's saying. And rethink also that FTEs that will probably get laid off this year. So again, thank you for listening, and I appreciate the time to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. Anybody else?
No more answers.
No more hands are raised. So we will close public comment.
We're going to read a couple into them.
We have one letter, I'm sorry.
We have like
You're going to read the whole thing. Okay, Madison's going to read some letters. We're opening public comment because these came into us. So sorry.
So these are all letters that were submitted after the packet went out and so therefore need to be officially included in them. These are being read in no particular order, actually by alphabetical order that I had. Dear Scott, Habitat for Humanity Vail Valley provides permanently affordable homeownership opportunities for locals with the goal of retaining and building community. We serve local households earning up to 100% AMI, that's $133,299 for a family of 4. Affordable homeownership roots people here, allowing our critical workforce like teachers, police officers, nurses, and resort workers to build a life and continue to serve our community. Affordable homeownership creates stability and opportunity for our workforce and for our community. Our housing crisis is deep and wide. There is not one magic answer to remedy the cascade of economic and social challenges created when affordable housing stock is in short supply. However, we know that partnerships, collaboration, and out-of-the-box thinking go a long way towards creating real tangible solutions to increase affordable housing supply in the Eagle River Valley. One such example is Habitat's partnership with Eagle County School District. With overlapping goals, including the shared interest to retain high-quality educators to teach our kids, our organizations have been working together for nearly 10 years. Together to date, we have built 28 affordable for-sale homes in the Eagle River Valley, with 10 more under construction this year. Habitat is excited to be a part of the proposed Molloy Park development. If approved, this would be our fourth partnership with the Eagle County School District, where they provide land and we provide our home building expertise, coupled with a 0% loan underwritten and originated by Habitat. We continue to see a strong demand for our home ownership model. During our last application cycle for Eagle County School District units, we received 176 applications for 16 homes. Habitat leverages partnerships to keep the cost of construction well below market. In addition, our 0% loan increases affordability by approximately $250,000 when compared to prevailing interest rates. Habitat homeowners pay 30% of their gross monthly income towards housing expenses, including mortgage principal, taxes, homeowners insurance, and HOA dues. Habitat Vail Valley uses a permanently affordable housing covenant, essentially a price capped deed restriction, to ensure each home stays affordable in perpetuity. Habitat retains the first right to repurchase the home should the existing owner choose to sell. At that time, we resell the home to a qualified Habitat household. We are honored to be Eagle County School District's partner in providing home ownership opportunities to their workforce. If approved, phase 1 of this project would include 33 affordable for-sale homes, ensuring we have a strong community and strong schools for future generations. Thank you for your consideration. Elise Howard, VP of Community Affairs and Philanthropy, Habitat. This is from Anastasia Robinson. Hello, I'm a resident on Taylor Street in Minturn. Both my children attend programming offered through VRD and SSCB, and we as a family recreate almost weekly at Molloy Park. First, please refer to Carl Hochtel's email as to the heavy utilization of the park. Secondly, it is difficult to get families to come to the valley to work and stay. Yes, part of that is they need housing. I agree. Please be logical and do not displace the families that are already here, committed to the valley, work at, and have children in the school district. To displace these families, not give them priority in the new units, and then build a neighborhood for families like them is nonsensical. Suggestions. 1, keep existing housing for now. Let families stay. They live there already. It's already working. Don't mess with it. 15 units. If someone moves their trailer at school district land, add a few tiny homes with sheds for gear. 2, build first in the old rummage sale area, F/G, 48 units first, 15 plus 48 equals 63 units. 3, if/when you need more housing, move next to C, 11 units, 63 plus 11 equals 74 units. 4, no to area A and B. The trails are in heavy use there. If anything, leave that sadly to parking. Parking. The school and MFC is at capacity. Where do you plan to have the 100 skiers, parents park for various kids programs, camps, and races daily? This is not well thought out in current map. Kids are safe at Molloy Park. Safe to go to school, train, recreate, race, go to camp, hike, and secluded Molloy Park. Let's keep the priority on Eagle County school employees and their families, those of whom have gone through a background check. With only a school and training center in this area, this does not need to be housing for greater Eagle County workforce. Thanks for putting attention towards workforce housing. Though I'm sad it has to be here in this quiet, secluded place, I do think housing is necessary. Finally, and I meant this as a grumpy resident comment, I recommend no dogs in this housing development. This is our watershed and water source. Humans can't swim in certain reservoirs. No to dogs pooping in and around our watershed. Also, there are moose, elk, and deer in Molloy Park. It's not cute when a dog chases a deer, elk. Minturn doesn't monitor or enforce the leash law. We don't need 74 to 100 new dogs unleashed pooping everywhere. I skied over dog poop last week at Molloy Park. My children had the same rights as dogs in Colorado. I would let my 9 and 6-year-olds sprint over to a stranger, jump on them, lick their face, and then I would smile at the stranger and say, "Don't worry, he's friendly." Thank you for all your time and attention to the prudent and well thought out development in Minturn. What a special place to live. And then she followed up with a second email. Amendment. I worried my statement regarding campus safety came across insensitive around the needs of housing of the greater Eagle County workforce. As a healthcare worker, I am part of the greater workforce. I recognize that this isn't just teachers who need access to housing, and I support efforts to achieve more housing in this valley. However, being that this development is literally on the campus of a middle and high school, I believe it advisable to ensure all residents living on campus in this development have been held to the same standards that all employees or coaches are held to for the Eagle County School District, which includes background check and safe sport certification. From Chris and Katie Jo Brandel. Hello, thank you for all you do to make our town a community of neighbors. I hope that all town council members can join the Planning and Zoning Board on this Wednesday, February 11th, to the public walkthrough of the land at Malloy Park. See what the developers want to do. A project this big will change the town of Minturn. I am writing with concerns about the use of Malloy Park's new development to be used as more non-permanent rentals or habitat homes that teachers can't qualify for. We do need housing, but I would like it for it to be for teachers to be able to stay long-term. Good teachers, like good neighbors, take time to create. Currently, the local education system pulls in teachers, spends time and money to train them, and let them get attached to the community. Perhaps they meet a partner and start a family. What happens then? They take their experience in education and leave because of the cost for a growing family. This Malloy Park project will not address that problem. This is because of two main reasons. One, the rentals are for only 5 years. I want to make sure it's known that until very recently, we were told that 92 of the units would be rentals that won't be renewed after 5 years. Just long enough to get good at your job and meet a partner. But when you are not renewed, there's no way in 5 years you saved up enough money for a healthy budget home within an hour's drive of Minturn, so you will leave. Two, most all teachers won't qualify for Habitat for Humanity houses. The Habitat for Humanity options are using a qualification of under 100% income of the area median income. This means only a single teacher will qualify. 2 teachers, even new ones, would not qualify, or most married teachers whose spouse has a similar income. Perhaps bus drivers and support staff could qualify. We need them too. However, in my opinion, driving all the kids to the cleanest buildings doesn't mean as much if the teachers there aren't experienced as the work in those buildings is education. We need long-term housing for teachers to have families because they can't take care of the kids at Eagle County if they can't take care of their own kids. This Malloy Park project seems like a setup for a revolving door that greatly concerns me. I am for long-term ownership for housing, but I am not in favor of spoiling the nature around a magical place like Malloy Park in order to build a revolving door for inexperienced teachers instead of community. It is too special to waste on that. 3, surveys. I'd request a professional surveying company, if this is possible, to be sure we can fill this many spots. The ones the district sent didn't seem specific enough to needing housing in Malloy Park. Population is growing most down valley. Do we really have enough people that want to live up here? There was a small brown rental here that sat empty for 6 months, and a maintenance team member told me that everyone he showed it to didn't want to live this far. Lastly, here's a link to an article in the Vale Daily about a family out here now dealing with this conundrum. There's an argument that area median income may be an outdated measurement for housing assistance qualification. Thanks for reading my article and all you do. Sincerely, Chris and Katie. Christy Hartel. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Thank you for serving your community. Sent a letter to the January 14th meeting with concerns regarding the Malloy Park development. I have some additional thoughts and concerns. The bond issue was passed specifically for teacher housing. The housing proposed is on school district property and very close to the school. School district employees have background checks. No one else should be living here. The housing should be deed restricted for price, resales, and occupants, ECSD teachers, and staff only. How else do we guarantee that Malloy Park won't become filled with second homeowners and VRBOs? The bond issue was not meant to build housing for anyone but ECSD teachers and employees. How many units can we afford to build and occupy? Can we please start with what we can afford? Please build outside of the gate and terminal moraine. Please do not destroy this much loved historic park and recreation area. Please provide access and parking suitable for current and future use. From Dominique Underhill. As a resident of Minturn for the past 15 years, I am deeply concerned that the town would even consider approving this proposed Malloy Park project. Malloy Park is one of the last remaining secluded open spaces in our valley, a place that is cherished and heavily used by our community, especially by local children and families. This area serves as a hub for Nordic skiing, hiking, and biking throughout the year. It's also an essential training site for the students of Vale Ski and Snowboard Academy who rely on every part of Malloy Park for their athletic development. Losing access to this space would be a tremendous loss to both the community and the next generation of local athletes. Beyond the loss of open space, the infrastructure concerns are serious. The current road conditions already struggle to handle traffic. Anyone who has seen the congestion at 4 p.m. on a weekday knows this firsthand. Adding more vehicles would only worsen safety issues and strain Main Street further. Please, for the love of this town and its community's character, do not approve this project. Malloy Park is irreplaceable, and preserving it honors the very spirit of Minturn. From Duncan Robinson. My name is Duncan Robinson, 531 Taylor Street. I am born and raised in the Valley and have lived in Minturn since 2012. I'm concerned about the development of Molloy Park. The park, which is the area to the south and west of the gate at the existing parking lot, is an unmatched asset for Minturn residents and an asset to the Vail Valley and should be protected for hiking, Nordic skiing, and any field activities. It has been the venue for kids running races, birthday parties, high school and collegiate Nordic ski races, and high school running races, to mention a few events. I want to stress the importance of this park as a place where my family goes to play and escape the stress and bustle of life in this valley. I want to list a few concerns with the current plan, which is a proposal and should be changed to address citizen concerns and safety concerns. I am afraid the additional traffic load in that area has not been fully researched or studied. I don't feel the existing intersection of Molloy Park Road and Highway 24 can safely handle the existing traffic load at school times and sports times, and then add 400 new residents moving in and out of that area. Second, the Molloy Park Road is narrow and needs to be brought to current road standards for the anticipated resident, school, and event load that will potentially exist at Molloy Park. Third, the parking for the park, which needs to be a part of the new development, needs to handle a sporting event, daily Minturn resident use, and school use all at once. The development decided for the existing parking lot, which is full many weekends year-round. Development plans need to recreate this parking need in the development, parallel parking or parking spaces, 50 to 100 park spaces. Thank you for taking input from residents. Laura Wolf, 1688 Main Street. I may not be able to attend the meeting this evening, so I would like to share my comments on the Molloy project for the record. Regarding the proposed Molloy development, I strongly support the points made in the letter shared by Jeff Dermer. I am concerned that this project may have lost its original goal of providing long-term stable housing for school district employees. Based on the information I reviewed, there appears to be limited interest from school district employees in purchasing homes or living in Minturn. Additionally, I have concerns about the impacts on wildlife, and I agree that taxpayers are now funding the project's infrastructure through school district bonds for what is effectively becoming a for-profit development on school district land. Thank you for considering my comments. May concern. Mackenzie Hannah here, 18-year resident at 1796 Main Street. I'm in opposition to the Molloy Park development. Traffic on Highway 24 is already very congested. Open space is a valuable resource. This space is home to many beautiful wildlife families. What will happen to them? Does not seem like we're helping locals with affordability. Norma Broden. I was saddened to hear and read about the housing proposal from Molloy Park. This would be a lose-lose development. Molloy Park is a delightful place. It strengthens our community. When visitors come, I take them there for a ski or a walk. The trails have a variety of difficulty levels, so it is perfect for regular folks and elite athletes as well. It is a place for people to walk their dogs and for Nordic skiers to train. It is home to many species of animals, birds, plants, and trees. I will never forget the moose I saw nestled under a tree when I left the trail to take pee. The school district has other options for housing that would be much better. Please do not approve this development. Everybody needs beauty as well as bread, places to play in and pray in, where nature may heal and give strength to body and soul. A quote from John Moore. Then we have Terry Armstead's letter, which she summarized. And then we have a letter from Willie Powell. The school district proposed project is doing a complete disservice to the Eagle County Nordic community. For many years, the Ski and Snowboard Academy, the Vail Rec District with their Learn to Ski programs, the high school Nordic teams, and general recreation community have used and maintained the Nordic trails. Minturn and the school district have provided ample parking and grooming at the trails. Why has the Minturn staff not recommended this project, placing emphasis on the Nordic amenity that has served both Minturn and the entire Eagle Valley so well for many years? I would recommend you take this project back to the drawing board to give emphasis to this important amenity. I would appreciate you including these comments. Okay, I finally got to it. That was a lot of it.
So we're at that hard moment here. Can you close public comment? Close public comment. This time for good. At the point. We'll come back to commission. Does anybody have anything they feel they missed? Anybody have any conditions they'd like to add or any motion they'd like to make?
Perhaps the applicant should have an opportunity to respond to some of the public comment. That's normal, of course. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's quite all right. Quite all
I
right.
think the time is getting to the time is wearing out.
I appreciate all those comments. Hard to argue with a lot of them. What I only heard one speaker really refer to is the need for housing. This property is very capable of providing housing for our staff and the community, as well as accommodating the public use that is taking place for 100 years out there. I first had a meeting in Minturn about development in Molloy Park in 1996. I heard all about how important Molloy Park is to the community, and I get it. Things have changed since 2011. One of them is the dire need for housing. And the reality is the district does not have a lot of other options. So this project is extremely important to us. A couple of things. There was talk of some conditions already. I think some like regarding the road. You may or may not agree with it, but I think the staff condition already addresses our responsibility to come back and final with further input and dialogue with Jeff on the existing road. There was talk about a condition about the fire hydrants that can be added if the commission feels there's a need for that. More importantly and more directly to what we've recently heard is that we can keep working with Devin. You know, he said we made some progress. I think we have. There are some things we can keep talking about. You know, I think in prior conversations, for example, the real estate transfer tax or fee or whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. We had talked about where would that money go, and we were told at the time that would go within the region, a broader area. What I heard tonight was it could maybe be targeted around Molloy Park. That could change the district's perspective on that. Talking about the dollar amount could change that perspective. We can talk further about dog control and leashes or no dogs. We can keep having the dialogue. I don't disagree with him that there's a lot of balls in the air when it comes to the wildlife organization or mitigation, and more time is needed to talk about that. And one thing to keep in mind is that the final plat, the project goes back out to referral agencies. And so I think we've got time to improve on that plan between now and then. The activities that we heard about, there's a lot that goes on out there. Absolutely. And it's awesome. Most of the references to activities that I heard, to me, would not be directly affected by the housing out there. An 800-person ski race, yeah, that might change things a little bit. But one of the things that I would suggest that we could do and come back with the final plat is call it a Molloy Park activity management plan. You know, we talked briefly about the 20 space lot. You heard Dan Weiland say, we've got the lot in the front side. Nordic skiers can walk a couple hundred yards from their car to go ski. That's not a problem. But we could put more thought to that, articulate more clearly how we can accommodate some of these activities in balance with the housing. Fair question. And we recognize, the district recognizes that Molloy Park is a precious community asset. It's also something that can help us address housing needs. So give us the chance to work and find some balance to see that we could address and get closer on the wildlife situation and see if we could talk about the activities and how those can be managed and handled and still accommodate the housing that we're zoned for. And any other conditions that you would like to see. The other thing that Phil and I just talked about was, you know, to be clear, we're not going to pop 137 rooftops quickly. And we talked briefly about our immediate goal is we have people that are very interested in housing through Habitat. We had a lot of people who applied for our most recent project, Eagle, that we didn't have room for because we only had 12 units. We are very motivated to try to get those first 33 units in phase one going. Our goal is to get through this process and be able to do our site work in the fall, summer, fall, so we can start construction in 2027. A tabling is going to push us out a month, and I'm worried that we're just going to come back and have the same conversation again. If we can address some of these things at final plat, where we have 3-4 months to work with the various folks that spoke about activities, to work with Devin, I think we can come back with meaningful responses to these and better demonstrate to you all how we can find a balance with this project to meet both community use and the district's objective for providing housing for their staff, and in this case, with the Habitat involvement for the broader community. I would ask that we fine tune some conditions and would ask for your recommendation that we move on to the council for their consideration. The one thing I'm sorry, I didn't finish the thought, but we need to put pen to paper on this, but I think what we can do is come in with a phasing plan that may lay out, in the next 5 years, it's the 33 habitat units. Years 5 through 10, maybe the district will do 30, 40 apartment rental units or something. But it will show you, and we will commit to a truly a slower pace for development, as opposed to a bunch of stuff happening very quickly. That's what I'd ask of you tonight, if you're comfortable doing so.
Scott, do you have anything to say?
I have been going back through my notes on your deliberations and some potential couple additional conditions.
Can I ask you a question about really quickly?
Sure.
Even if the phasing gets updated or changed, if the final plat goes through, it does not, the parcels are what they are, and they could change ownership. Those things could happen, right? And Tom can answer that.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure I understand your.
The intention is at final plat, probably through the SIA, we could articulate limitations on X number of units, year 1 through 5, X number 5 through 10, that sort of thing. And it wouldn't matter whether it was which parcel it was on, but we would commit to stretching out the time that it would take to develop this project, which would also stretch out the time before we would have to do phase 2 and displace the current residents that are out there. So there's kind of a mutually beneficial aspect to that thought.
But this group does not see this, yeah. So we don't know whatever ends up going into it.
Well, no.
You are correct.
I know.
But what if, as we're going along, being that wildlife is one of the most important things, we see a lot of damage being done?
There's nothing. I don't know.
I'm not sure if this helps clarify, but please keep in mind that the town is party to a annexation agreement that designated density, and these properties have been zoned. So whether the school district develops them or some other non-district developer develops them, there's zoning and water dedicated to development of this site. So that's not everything. That doesn't mean that the district and the town could mutually agree to go back to the drawing board and update the 2011 agreement and do different things with their property. But right now, the box that we are operating within is not only our zoning code, it is a 2011 agreement that sets forth some pretty specific things.
And we did confirm that agreement is already going to go back to the table for the water from Holland and Hart's water recommendation.
I think that was a recommendation. I don't know if that's in agreement, but yeah. I think
it's part of the conditions, one of the conditions.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
So I don't like restating that. Probably doesn't make anyone feel great. But those are the terms under which we are operating. Does that answer your question, Amanda? I don't know if we have control over who develops homes or who they sell them to or rent them to, or.
Scott, were you going to list the conditions you had noted down, that possible conditions that have been discussed?
So I had a condition in this, I think Jeff goes to some of your comments, and I just tried to craft something that might address the comment about the Arminda ditch and potential impact on water quality. So I said the applicant shall work with the Town of Minturn Water Council and water engineer. We could add in CPW and their aquatic biologist if we wanted to further study potential impacts to the Town of Minturn water quality from Arminda ditch use or drawdown or whatever we want to say. Not my wheelhouse. In my opinion, if there's a water right associated with that, they can use the water. It's part of that right. But it's a very, very interesting point that only came up, as far as I know, tonight. So I think it's worth
yeah, and
studying.
I don't think, two things. One, I would like some type of language added that refers to establishing some kind of a baseline for not only quality at peak times of the year, but also who's going to regulate the flows, because I don't see anywhere where that's being addressed. And it sounds like from what Devin has said that there's no monitoring in place to, it hasn't been, no one's been paying attention to how much water is being pulled out of Cross Creek in the past. Sounds like this is triggering some red flags of what needs, would be smart on the town's part to find a baseline so that they can monitor and know what's going on with it.
I don't know that we can find a baseline if the data's not there, but what we can do is commit to our new head gate, which it will have measuring devices, so we can demonstrate that we're not taking more water than we have a right to do.
No, I don't think it's possible, and I don't even know if it's certainly not, in my opinion, worthwhile to go backwards. I think we just start with a baseline of moving today, and let's just say let's find whatever the baseline is now, so that we know if and when there's going to be a change. And it sounds like there's going to be a need to not only pay attention to regulating the water that comes out, and I'm sure that Tim McGuire would also, if he were here, say the same thing. Like, if he gets 80% of it, he wants to know he's getting his 80%. You want to know that you're getting your 20%. And then we want to know, as a town, I would think that our water quality for downstream of it is not being impacted in terms of our drinking water. And again, I'm not an expert in this. I'm just throwing out the questions of, seems like it's raised a potential impact.
So are Jeff's questions in your condition?
I'm keying in on a statement that was made, or a concern that was stated, that had to do with, hey, did the town's water council or water engineer even look at this? I don't think they did. I don't know that it's come up before. So that's the spirit of my suggested language, is that at the very least, as part of the next phase of this project, we're going to refer this, if it goes to a final plat, to the same referral agencies. We're going to use the same consultants and the town's water council and water engineer. Go back to them and say, hey, this came up. It's a valid point. It's a valid question. Is this something we can look into? What can we do to work with the district on monitoring, work with CPW? That's the spirit of this.
Answers.
Yeah.
Couldn't or wouldn't that naturally happen as part of the referral?
It would. So it just further knits all of us to make sure we talk to them about that particular issue, which hasn't come up yet. So
I have a quick question, and this just may be super ignorant of myself, and I don't mind asking questions, but we walked through all of those parcels today. Is there anything that allows us just to move forward the parcel that supports the 33 units for the habitat of humanity? So that's like only plat that, just those 33 units.
I think you could make a recommendation to council that's your recommendation. But the file, the application in front of you is for the whole thing, which creates parcels that will accommodate the first phase, or those 33 units, but also creates other parcels. And there's some implications as to why they're doing that in this sequence. So
yeah, that's my question, and again, that's an ignorant question.
We'll have $4 million into infrastructure, and to spend that money to get those sites ready for development, it would be tough to agree to just having the right to do 33 as an alternative. Maybe it's the longer phasing plan that we can invest in the property, have the infrastructure ready to go, develop the first 33, and be able to move in some period of time on more units down the road.
So, but let me talk honestly with you, Tom, is that that whole area is so special. We have Battle Mountain, we have the Highlands, we have, this. And by doing the phasing that you're talking about, it doesn't take into account that comprehensive view of all of that space, which is what I think we've asked, from a wildlife perspective, like what's a comprehensive impact? We've asked it from a roadway, what's a comprehensive impact? And so that's, I think, when you say phasing, it doesn't get us to that finish line, which is like, what can this space, which not all the school district owns, but what does this whole space look like from a comprehensive plan? And so that's where I guess when I hear the phasing, that I'm not getting to the finish line with, because it doesn't take into account Battle Mountain, Highlands, like
The conversation from here to here.
it does, and it doesn't. It does the phasing on the district's property. And we've heard from all of our community members, we've heard from CBW, we've heard all of it. And so that's why the phasing isn't getting me there. And I'm just being honest, like, that's why.
And I'll be honest, what's going on at the Highlands or other places?
You don't care.
I care.
I mean,
there's nothing I can do about it.
No, but that's my.
And I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Devin is saying, and I hear what the community is saying, but that is not germane to your
I know
review of this application. It's all valid.
It's all valid.
And if the council wants to take that up and say, you know what, we should engage in a more comprehensive view of this, and we should do certain things as a town, I think that is up to council to direct Rob and his staff to do those things, to engage in larger studies of the area, working with partner organizations. And I know that's hard because in one sense, I absolutely agree with you that you and other people are thinking about this the right way, that it's not just the district, and it's not just Battle, and we don't know what's going to happen with the ones, but it is hard to kind of focus on just this application, but that is your job. And so, okay.
Question, like in agreement with like what Jeff was saying, this whole, monitoring system and figuring that out and figuring out, like, hopefully that's a phone call that we can make to our water attorneys, and we have some idea that we know if Armand Ditch is pulling, or we made a lot of bad decisions. Well, we won't say bad, a lot of rough decisions in the past in regards to our water.
You can say bad.
And
you can say bad.
You can say bad.
I'll say
and that was something, that threw it up there. Like, I went from my list of stuff to, whoa, we need to back up and figure this out. And, period, whether or not that's the new word that I learned today, germane to this conversation. Maybe not, but it has, I think it's germane to our town. And, but to this conversation, what does fall under our conversation? Specifically, like the road safety, like that for sure is part of this conversation. And pushing everything off, especially, not having a baseline or knowing if Armand Ditch is going to create issues with the wildlife and our water plant and which we have senior water rights on Cross Creek, that if stuff comes down and we can't build our new plant and pull our senior water rights, like, that's a big deal to me. Like, it was, I was before stuck on the road and, the 10-foot pass and all that stuff. But, a combination of that with this, it's not really a question. But that's sort of where.
Well,
let me finish. I closing up on that. Having all that pushed to conditions to final, I don't think is a good idea.
If I could, Michael, the Armand Ditch, it's pretty simple. We've got a water right. Town's got a water right. We both have water rights off Cross Creek. As long as we don't take more than our right.
I agree with that 100%, but
But right now,
we don't know what that right is.
We know what the right is.
How many CFS?
we don't know what the gauge is.
Well, how many CFS does he currently state that the school district has right now?
You guys are outside your lane right now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's,
We will install a head gate.
You-
We'll
you-
install a head gate. Then
this application's been reviewed for 2 years, including by our water attorney and water engineer. It's a valid
sorry.
point, and we can look into it. I think it's something that we should, like you said, if we want to pick up the phone and say, hey, this was brought up. Do we have concerns as a town? Let our water attorney address that, but that's not a reason to hold up
I agree with that.
this, or if you want to pass along a recommendation to council, then you
No,
should do
I
that.
wasn't saying that, Scott.
Okay.
I was just saying since he was correct 100% that he has his rights 100%. And what we're talking about up here, which is not part of this application, it's just something that we were talking about. And you said that we have the information. My question to you is do you know how many CSF is currently going in the ditch? You don't have to answer that. It's not relevant anyway. But that's an irrelevant question.
To the extent that the proposal includes a continued use of the Arminda ditch, and moving the head gate and continuing to utilize their rights, to exercise their rights, it's germane, right? It's relevant. But to the extent that we now have a question as to what the drawdown is on that and how it affects wildlife or water quality, that's brand new tonight, as far as I'm concerned. And it's something that we can look into. But again, I don't know if that is, if they're already using the ditch, maybe there's no data that we can rely on to say that, we've got monitoring data. We can do something about that in the future, moving forward. It sounds like there's a willingness to do that. But I don't know how relevant that is to your decision to recommend approval or denial of this subdivision. It's a part of their proposal to continue using the ditch, and they're using it in a specific way. But as long as they're within their water rights, what are we talking about? I hear what you're saying, and if there is a genuine concern, we need to investigate that. That has to do with the water rights, but that is at a different level for different folks to.
I think,
figure out.
if I may, I don't think that what we're talking about is water rights. I think we're talking about water quality.
Hear ya.
They're very different. I think that what the facts that were brought up tonight have raised a red flag that, and to your testimony tonight, you said that you don't think that our water consultants have considered it, and therefore you are drafting a condition that they look at it.
Yeah.
And I think that's all we're asking for.
Yeah, it could be a condition.
I
or it
don't
could just
think
be a
we're got up our
recommendation.
lane, start talking about how many CFS someone has. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think what we talked about was, to be clear, that there has not been any monitoring of that in the past. And that in order to study the quality of it, there needs to be, in Devin's words, that he can't find any data that says anything about a baseline. And so it has brought up some real legitimate concerns that, in my opinion, we have all the right in the world to question whether or not a decision that we're going to make as a recommending body to the council is whether that is going to impact our water quality. And we have made some terrible decisions with our water, including giving away water rights that we will never get back. So I think we're well within our right to condition our smart water people to look into whether or not the 3 CFS or however many they're going to get is going to impact the ecology of the stream, the creek, and whether or not it's going to do anything to our water quality. And if the answer is no significant impact, then great. But I think that's all Michael's trying to say.
If the answer is yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
the answer is yes, and we're only taking water that we have a right to take, where does that leave us?
I don't know. I'm not a water attorney, and I know that water is worth more than gold in the West.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to get into the weeds of what your rights are and the district's rights are. I'm just saying that I would guess that water attorneys just intuitively would say that someone's water rights are more important than another one's, and if this person's water rights impact the quality of this person's, there's probably some litigation. I don't know what that means.
Just had a question, but we don't really know.
I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, I think that it's obviously been brought up that it's something that we should consider.
So Scott, you have that first condition or that next condition, because we have 6 here. And you're saying this is one you can work on.
Mm-hmm.
And then a recommendation that the council considers just the phasing. There was like phasing we talked about. That's not a condition. It can't be.
So here's what I have. It's the recommended condition that addresses, water council, water engineer review of farm into ditch use. And then the final plat should include details on, or construction management plan should include details on hydrant availability and capacity as part of construction management plan. And maybe that is also part of the subdivision improvement agreement.
Evacuation plan, like in that one, I think for
Wildfire evacuation.
Wildfire and that, I think that one's hard because again, it's a comprehensive, and I understand the school district's point, but at least we can start with the school districts, but it should be really a comprehensive plan where we only have a single road.
So what's that sound like, that the district
We haven't seen an evacuation.
should participate in a comprehensive evacuation plan, or that the town?
I mean, don't they, yeah.
I would think that when Michelle Mateer was still the manager of the town, she was working very hard on a fire evacuation plan for the entire town.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think she ever got there.
She's gone. So do we want that?
But I don't know that any of the wildland fire people have seen this plan. And it seems to be part of our code in chapter 17 that wildfire is required as part of the review.
I don't think Jason has seen it at all.
And it's part of our code. So why wasn't it reviewed?
Well, this was Tom provided a map that showed the rating, and it was reviewed by the fire district.
That's not what I'm asking. I mean, I'm talking about that just gives it a designation that's a medium risk for wildfire. That doesn't say anything about having a single point of egress.
You're talking about what happens in the case of an event.
That's correct. And I think that to say that that's not important today in today's day and age, that's not. You can just look at, like I said, look at Hawaii and look at Paradise and look at a lot of these other places that have people that were dying in their cars.
So would a condition sound something like the applicant shall consult with wildland fire authorities? I don't know what the group's called, I forget.
To evaluate the single point of egress with the full build out considered of not only this project, but the adjacent project of the people that own the road, which would be Tim McGuire and Battle North. Because eventually there's at full build out going to be another 900 people out there with that one road. And if, God forbid, there was a fire during the school, while the school's in session and we lose our own children to one point of egress because wasn't worth our time to consider right now. I think and I know I'm getting kind of emotional about it, but
It's really serious.
It's really freaking serious.
It's really serious, and it's a serious liability.
And to be honest, you know what, like, because we're already there, I'm gonna finish. This is like, I've been told for years that the heavy lifting on these plans is done at the preliminary phase. All the hard work, all the sausage making, not during final plan. It's all done at preliminary plan. I've been told this for years. All the heavy lifting is done now. And all I'm seeing is a lot of heavy lifting that still has to be done. So I'm not trying to throw wrenches in people's works, and I'm not trying to hold up affordable housing for teachers, but I am really concerned about certain things that just seem like they're either not being considered or they're getting kicked down the road. And I'm one to know what it feels like to get kicked down the road. So,
to be fair, or they just came up today.
I know.
There's a lot of.
But there's also some things that could have been addressed a long time ago that weren't, and because people didn't have the opportunity to do it. So.
Michael has a question.
Sorry, I have another question. We have all kinds of stuff going on here, Scott, in regards to additional stuff that all, planning that a lot of my co-members are talking about. And I know that, I know that it's depending on how things come out here, that we do have, depending how it's voted on, we do have a right to continue it to a date certain. We have to continue it to a date certain. So, then we go back with Tom, and Tom said before that it's questionable whether we're going to sort it out. So can some of this stuff be sorted out in 2 weeks? I'm not quite sure. But it's, we've pounded down a lot of stuff here, and we've got a lot of different conditions that you're throwing out, stuff that hasn't been addressed, that I just want to know, is there legally we can continue it to clear up, to have a full set of new paperwork with conditions if we choose to, and have our attorney present at the next meeting, correct?
You could, but I think the applicant needs to agree to that.
No, he doesn't. I have it right here from our January 15th letter from Madison off our civic clerk code thing
Yeah, it says one continuance.
for the applicant. This is what it says right here. Because the applicant asked to continue their thing. And it says the planning commission had the first official hearing January 14th, but continue that hearing to February 11th in order to conduct the site visit. Well, let me back up.
I think that we'd have to get agreement.
I think so too.
I think we have to get agreement.
Right here, an applicant shall have the right to request one continuance, all that. And I can't even see her at this point.
I think at the last meeting, it was explained that you continued the December meeting. The applicant continued the December meeting. You guys had the last meeting, you continued it to this meeting, so that was our one continuance. If we continue further, the applicant has to agree. That's my understanding.
Yeah, I can read it.
I think Jeff's right.
Small print.
It is something.
So it's at your discretion. I do advise, or at least recommend, that you consult with the applicant to see if that works for them. I think it's entirely in the applicant's right to ask for action, and that action may be approval or denial, but if continuance gets you further, as far as I know, we have the same set of conditions that haven't changed. And then 2 additional.
Well, I think
You have-
while we're still on that topic, I think that what Tom offered about an activity management plan.
So I actually just reversed my decision. It says that our body can agree to continue it for 180 days from the day of.
So starting on December 10th was the first tabling, so you have,
Correct. So we can continue it as many times as we want to for 180 days. Do we have Mike or anybody that we could just confirm with that?
No.
No,
not tonight, but
Let Jeff read it.
You read
I have the worst guys of all of you.
I agree. I think it does give you the ability to do that. I'm just saying that you,
Yeah, we still want to talk with Tom on it, but that's what it happened like.
yeah.
And I'm
The applicant request 1. After that, it's up to you and it's
for 180 days, and the start date would have been December 10th.
correct.
Yep.
And that's our code.
Yep, that's our code. 60 days. Yep. We have a lot more time.
You know, it's really hard because I know that you want to jump into this with spring coming, but it's also very difficult for us too. Because there's multiple things that said tonight, we want to make sure we're making the absolute right decision with the best information we can get. And we've heard the public, we've heard the reports. We still have multiple questions and new ones popped up tonight. And that's what happens is that there's so much information that we have to absorb and weed out, and then new things come in there again. It's difficult, and to rush it through isn't always the best way to do it. And
I would like to, and plus I asked Madison some questions that really need to go to our attorney. I gotta ask staff. So I think, I'm totally.
I think we get good answers about the water stuff. There's lots of stuff we can do. The question is, and in all fairness to,
But do we need to do a list of what we really would want to know by that meeting?
No, I think we
Or
need.
do we think we would?
Yes, we owe it to the applicant to be very specific. And for the record, the things that I'm adding, I'm requesting to be added as conditions with regards to the fire evacuation, with the potential wildlife fund of $2,000 or $3,000. Let's just throw out a number just as a talking point of for wildlife mitigation and in lieu of an HOA charging teachers and staff, homeowners, renters to pay for that, to help Devin and his regards out there. The water quality thing with the Arminda ditch, and all of those things are not something that we're going to get some answer to tomorrow. They are things that certainly are very, in my opinion, fair conditions that can go all the way through till the final plat. They're not something that should hold up, the whole thing. I think some of the bigger issues that have come up tonight with regards to the road, and like Tom said, having an activity management plan to talk about all the things that Carl and Dan Ryland and everybody talked about with the trail system and the Nordic and everything out there. That's, like we said, things are different now than they were in 2011. And I'm not going to go too far in my soapbox, but you don't have to go any further than to watch the news, NBC's Olympic coverage and see the kids at VSSA cheering on God knows how many athletes that are at the Olympics right now, to know that the eyes of the world, there's one there's one school in the nation that if you want to send your kid to a summer sports program, you send them to IMG in Florida to be the best, whatever, golfer or tennis player. VSSA is the number one place that all these people are seeing as the place to send their kid to go to. If your kid has a dream to go to the Olympics and the winter sports, you go to this school. So the fact is, like, the habitat that we have out there, the facilities that we have for our kids, like those are the things that we're like considering as like, if we screw this up, I have a suggestion that we table it and move, at least for 2 weeks.
You sound like you have a list going of what you'd like them to come back.
I was requesting the fire evacuation plan as a condition. The wildlife fund as a condition, the Arminda ditch water quality as a condition, the activity management plan as a condition. Road. And honestly, the road, yeah. Some answers about the road and the
hydrants.
The hydrants I'm not as concerned about.
They can go on to
I'm pretty confident that the fire department and the fire district and Tom and his team are gonna take care of protecting, the fire risk while they're doing it, and they're gonna put in. Those are all things that I understand that are gonna, when they actually bring vertical construction plans through, that's gonna be, that sausage is gonna get made at that time.
Updated phasing.
The phasing plan is something to consider, and honestly, the biggest thing that impacts this is the density. And I know that Tom wants 120, and to Scott's point, the annexation allowed for it. The annexation provided the zoning for it, and the density that they're proposing is not out of line with what the zoning allows for. And the question is it right for that area? And is it right for that area is really one of the biggest questions. And like Tom said, they're going to do more surveys with their staff to really see what their teachers and staff really need and what, because their surveys are old. And if they find that they don't need 120 units and they only build 77 units, to Carl's point, if the magic number is 77, then maybe the impact isn't as bad. And he's, like Tom said, he's not proposing to build 137. But
just to be clear, they have a right to build 120 units.
That's correct.
Period.
But to the public,
if they want to,
just because you can doesn't mean you should.
We need to ask him in 2 weeks.
Okay, so I make a motion to continue tonight's meeting if the applicant agrees.
Right.
I don't agree. With all due respect.
let's get a second and then we can have
And there's reasons
discussion.
for that. I'm not just trying to dictate your process. I can't do that. You can make the decisions that you choose to make. You can recommend denial.
I'll second that, and then we'll move on.
None of the things that Jeff mentioned, and I don't disagree with any of those things being added to what we should look at. I suggested 3 new things myself because I'm trying to respond and help us all come to grips with how we can make 120 units work on that site. We'll have no information in 2 weeks. Guarantee you. We won't have it in a month.
Understood.
But I'm just watching time tick. That's my problem, not yours. But that's why I'm asking that you move us on with the addition of the conditions that Scott mentioned. I've drafted something about this park activity management plan, phasing plan. It allows the project to move forward and gives us time to address these things, work with Devin further in hopes of getting through the final plat process come spring, early summer. If we delay a month, it's going to be 2 months, and then we start that process and we can say goodbye to 2026. And again, that's our issue. I can appreciate it if you don't think it's yours.
Scott, if they go to conditions to final, does that come back with the answers to us, or does that go straight to council?
Correct me if I'm wrong, preliminary, final plat actually comes back to planning commission, which is unusual, but yes. So you'll see a final plat application just like council.
So at that point, if we don't have another thing,
The whole notion of conditions of approval, particularly ones that are stated as the applicant shall provide X, Y, and Z prior to or concurrent with their actual application, is they don't get to pass go until we have that information in hand. Their application theoretically would not be accepted as complete if they haven't.
You still have to make findings for approval, which means we need to address the elements of the code that the project relates to. And that comes down to things like roads, evacuation, and all the things we've been talking about tonight.
Yeah, and that's a good point. A lot of times files, particularly at preliminary plan, I agree, Jeff, that's when the heavy lifting needs to be done. I think there has been a lot of heavy lifting done for 2 years on this. There may be some questions and some things that are being put off to final plan, but in the grand scheme of things, having essentially 4 substantive conditions or 5 for a project this size is not significant. It's not, they're important, but it's not like, anyway, so to that point, a lot of times in the files that I work on this side of the table and the private side of the table, you expect that and you want that kind of input to be able to know what you're supposed to be working on between preliminary and final to make sure all those things are addressed. And sometimes, quite frankly, you don't know until you get into a hearing setting like this and you get this kind of input and review. So conditions are intended to give direction and make sure that the applicant knows what they're supposed to come back with.
Okay, so
Do we need to vote on, there's a,
no, we're still in discussion.
oh, I thought there was a.
We've got a motion for discussion. So now, where do we go?
You either need to vote on that motion and see if it passes. So the motion was to continue. You also have a request from the applicant that he doesn't agree to that. You could withdraw your motion and recommend approval or denial, and he'll take either one of those and go to council.
So we have to vote.
What I heard was that if you expect more information on some of these things, you're probably not going to get it in 2 weeks.
Oh,
So,
right.
I don't expect information on these particularly. I just would like to see the actual conditions. That would be one thing, is actually see the language of the conditions, and Mike Sawyer may need to weigh in on if those are even legal. I don't even know. Like, we're not lawyers.
yeah, and you're a recommending body, so you're passing along a recommendation to council with either recommended conditions, and we can work out the wording of those before it goes to council. We can work on those right now. I think if that makes it
I think if you're going to
plausible that you can get through this.
passing it with the conditions, we should work on them right now. We've got some of them done already.
Who made the motion to continue?
I made the motion to continue. You seconded the motion to continue.
I withdraw my second.
Well, I would have to just.
Or we gotta vote through it, like Scott said.
I'll withdraw my motion to continue.
The applicant wants us to vote. I make a new motion to deny.
Application.
To deny the application as it currently is presented.
Is that based on?
You have to have a good reason to deny. And it
You
has
have
to
to
be
finding of fact. What is the section of the,
What is your finding of fact?
which one of the standards does?
Okay, so we can all vote to continue and leave it at that because the applicant doesn't want us to vote to continue? Or go ahead, Amanda.
We can vote for it with the conditions coming in before final plat. Is that correct, Scott?
So here's the criteria by which you need to either approve or deny. Okay. The town shall consider the following in its review of the preliminary plat. Number 1, information requested or required by the town. So you've considered the information that we've received. Whether the proposed subdivision conforms to these and other applicable regulations. So chapter 17, right? And any other regulations, policies and guidelines of the town. i.e. the master plan or the community plan. And number 3, review of reports on file and others as available pertaining to geologic soils, wildfire, fire, flood, pollution, and other hazards, mineral resource areas, and significant wildlife areas. The review shall consider the guidelines and recommendations as prepared by the appropriate agency to mitigate hazards and to protect resources. Those are your criteria. So if you think that this doesn't meet one of those, then that's how you should craft a motion. You want to do it?
It's all yours.
Make motion deny based on the wildlife criteria and protecting our natural resources to the unknown.
I'm going to second that motion, but I'd like to add on that I don't feel that the applicant has satisfied required standards as outlined in our chapter 17, nor does it conform to our Minturn community plan. Gaps of primary concern would be life and safety in terms of number 8, safety from fire, flood, and disasters. Specifically the road.
We have a motion. May I have a second?
Amanda seconded.
Seconded by
Amanda seconded and added to the motion.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
For Tom's purpose, I'd like to.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, but I'd like to qualify my vote.
Can we do that?
No, you wrote Aaron.
No, we are got him saying he's qualified the motion with Amanda. So now you have to say yes or no.
Or
And I can qualify my yes or no.
you can continue to discuss.
You can discuss again. Okay, that's right. We're still open to that. You can discuss again.
My yes would be
Agree or not agree?
to agree with the motion. And the reason being, I know when I was on council, when I ran council, it was so much better and it's so much smoother and so much cleaner that the planning and zoning fulfilled their job completely and addressed all of the possible problems that was going to arise. There was too much on council's plates to try and answer everything and be able to hit. There was too many mistakes would come up. So I vote yes for denying this. Not enough information has been provided.
Michael, we've got yours. Mine is yes.
So he made the motion. He didn't actually vote.
Oh, you have to vote so because you made the motion.
I make a motion to agree with the motion.
Say
Yes,
aye.
yes on the motion.
Okay.
Yes on the motion.
Yes on the motion.
No.
Okay. 4-1, the motion passes for recommendation of denial of council.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Meeting's not over.
Well, the meeting's not over.
No, it's not over. Okay, discussion and direction items. We have none. Staff reports, manager, we've got in our packet. Anybody got anything? Planning commission comments? I want to thank you all for a very long week. Good night then. Oh, yes.
Come on back up.
You can rejoin. I drank all your water.
Future meetings.
Oh, did we get through planning commission comments?
I don't think there were any.
I don't think there were any unless you want to talk about our decision, which we can't do.
There you go.
Anything else? Planning commission? I want to say happy Valentine's Day.
To
you as well.
Future meetings, the next one will be
February 25th.
Tuesday, 20.
Pretty good chance I won't be here. It's fall, or it's winter break.
I'll be on Zoom. I won't be. in
What was
Zoom.
that, Min?
Huh?
What's the date on the next one?
24.
I think so. Unfortunately, yes. I'm really thinking.
My only.
We'll adjourn the meeting first.
No, I mean, I just, it's, and this is just for staff, Madison, Scott, I think you did an amazing job managing this. As a planning and zoning, this is super important for this to come in front of us. It breaks my heart that we did not have a town attorney here or our manager. That breaks my heart that we were left in that position. So that's just me commenting that when we have other items on this agenda like this size and enormity, it would be really good to have kind of that space or that support. It's just, I don't know how to say that out loud besides like, like.
Mike informed us at the last hearing that he wouldn't be here.
But I thought you were going to
And-
get somebody.
He was, and she tore her ACL and had to go get surgery, so she couldn't be here either. We were left kind of high and dry. That's the way it goes, and
Sucks.
it does. We're not happy about it, but we're not going to hold it against Harper for not being.
No,
she-
no, I
But,
think I know.
yeah. Duly noted.
I mean, it just would have been helpful to have some.
That's what I asked for, yeah.
I make a motion to adjourn to next meeting.
Have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, Jeff Spinell.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.